got this link now?
I told them, I told Korea, I don't know, but they may log in later because they're expecting 3 or 4 hours and they're like, oh, we have plenty of time.
That's the worst thing that has happened now. No one wants to sit through it.
They have to sit through the whole thing.
But okay, but tell me now, the pictures that you sent me earlier, that those are the pictures we're looking at.
Yes, I looked for some more pictures, but I thought it's too much work. I did want some camping pictures. I don't think I got those. Too bad.
Mhm.
Because I have a nice story about camping, but it's all right.
No, no, we have to hear your
Where
story.
should
Please,
we
from
take
the
up
camping,
from?
from the camping. Let's start from the camping thing. What is the camping story?
From the camping, because so one of the big things before we went to India, one of the things that we loved to do was camping. And we didn't have much money as newlyweds, starting the way that we did. We didn't have much money. So we bought a tent for $1.
Wow.
So we said, okay, let's buy another one. And really, this tent we bought sleeping bag and a tent. And the tent was nothing but a big garbage bag. If you think about it, think of a giant garbage bag, and on one end you hang up to a tree, you hang the top up so that it makes a triangle, and then you slip inside with your sleeping bag, and that's how you sleep. You secure the two ends with posts so that they stay down and slip in there. So that was our sleeping bag. And I remember one of the things that we did, we said to a friend, oh, why don't you come to the Smoky Mountains with us? That's in North Carolina and Tennessee. It's a really beautiful area. We're going to go camping, and we're bringing you your own tent. We didn't tell him it's nothing but a garbage bag. We bought it for only $1. But we provided him with a tent, and we slipped in the sleeping bag. Two of us could fit in one tent, barely, but we were newlyweds, so it was okay. And he had his own tent, and we went down to Smoky Mountains. And I remember the really fun thing was it rained that day. The first day we were camping, and we didn't have any flap to close it. So we had to keep hunching further and further in our tent to keep dry. It was so fun. That was my most favorite memory of camping. Like we went
but this is happening before you came to India or after when you went back?
This was before I came to India. And this is what we used to do. We used to just, in our youth, we want to go camping. We would drive all night. One time I would drive, then he would drive, and we would keep driving, and we would go to as far away as we could. Maybe it takes a day or two to drive, but because we drove through the night, we made it in good time. And then we would camp, and we would find a way. We would just make a ordinary fire with whatever, and make some food or heat tea over the hot fire. Sometimes we stole ears of corn from. There are lots of big fields, cornfields, and we would get on the edge of the field and steal some ears of corn and then roast them in the fire. That was so fun.
So what you can do now is, so basically what you did was that time you got married and you said you came straight to India. That's what it seemed like. That in
yes,
between
I know.
period.
I forgot that we were no, it wasn't because I got married, and then 2 or 3 months later I was pregnant, and my daughter was born before I went to India. So I missed a whole year and a half.
No, I think that part you told us. I think that part you took because you took your daughter with you. So I think that was quite okay. So but basically those 3 months before she was born, what was when you went out?
3 months before I went camping and I was pregnant. So, we just went, and I know the big thing was, I think a big change for me when we first got married was we always had friends living with us. There was always some friend of his that came and stayed. So we were never alone. We always had some friend who was transitioning and needed a place to stay. So so that was like our lifestyle was more about friends and going and doing things.
But what was the plan? What was the plan? A life plan at that point of time? When you basically you became pregnant first, and the marriage came later. So what
We
was
got
the?
pregnant because we had friends, and I was
We
so
had friends.
embarrassed. Yes, because I was too embarrassed to say I needed birth control pills, and I didn't want to go and buy them when his friends were standing right there in front of me.
Okay, so what you
So
have to
I
tell?
didn't,
No. So what
I
what
didn't get anything.
so what you have to tell us is pre-pregnancy plan of life and the post-pregnancy plan of life. What changed? What changed?
So there was we never had a plan. We never lived life with a plan. We lived life day to day in the moment and whatever, and opening up. I think the only biggest struggle is he was struggling with finding a job. And he struggled really with, he had a degree in petroleum engineering. The petroleum field was down, and maybe I mentioned it, I don't know. But in those times, also he was in Illinois and industry was in Texas. So that was difficult to find a job in Texas from Illinois. And the second thing is that the industry wasn't hiring. So he was trying to find what work to do. And finally he got a job. I think he tried a lot of things, but he got a job as a draftsman. He knew nothing about drafting, absolutely nothing about drafting, but he aced the interview and they hired him. And then in the first week, they said, "You obviously don't know what drafting is." And they told him, "You have 3 months to learn this because, that's your probationary period. 3 months you have to learn drafting, and that's it." So in 3 months, he learned the trade so well that he was the one that trained the next manager because he had learned it so well.
Because this part, I think, this part we went, you taken us through.
Okay, you went through. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So anyway,
this will happen. Some repetitions will happen. That's not an issue at all. But at that time, what are you doing? I mean, what is your, in terms of work or studying?
I was working. So after we found an apartment, I was working in a industry actually it was a big warehouse that sold records and CDs. I mean, I don't know if there were just CDs were new, but records definitely. Back in those days, it was the recording industry. So I did the billing. I was good at billing because I'm good at numbers.
But so, which year are we in? Which year is this? Which year is this?
This is 1971.
Okay, so you just finished
71.
Oh, okay, you just finished.
So I think it's just records.
But at this point of time, you just finished school, is it? You finished college?
No. I had 2 years of university, and then I married him, and then I left school and married him.
But then the psychology thing is also university.
I had been studying English, and I left, and then because I went to visit him and he said, "Don't go home." So that's it. We eloped.
Wow. Okay. So
that was it. And there was no plan. It was just on the spur of the moment.
Perfect. That's good. Yeah, that's the way it should be. No, but I was just trying to. What I shouldn't do is I should not look at your LinkedIn profile, because I was looking at the psychology one. I saw that there is a West Virginia and there is a Illinois. Both degrees are happening.
Yeah, West Virginia, I didn't finish the degree. So that's why when he decided he didn't want to be in drafting forever. And that's not the field he wanted to be in. Still, no one was hiring in the petroleum industry. So he decided to go back to school and quit. And then we would go to India, and then we would come back, and he would study at University of Illinois. And he said, "You'll go too, because you haven't finished." because he felt like if he made me quit, then I should finish out as well. So the plan was that we'll go to India, we'll spend 3 or 4 months there, maybe almost, I don't know, 4 to 6 months, and then we'll come back and we'll go to school.
But then,
So that's where we left last time.
but that would have been on scholarship, or I mean, you would have to pay your way through.
No, nothing. We had $500 to our pocket in our pocket when we came back from India.
And then how is the university going to happen?
I told you we didn't plan anything.
But it did happen. So you have to tell us how it happened.
We didn't plan anything. We went to India. We had this wonderful experience with lots of things happening then for those 6 months.
For a moment, let's go back there. Let's go back.
So let's go back to India.
We didn't.
So that I know that I covered everything. So in this first trip, like when I arrived, okay, that was there. I think I told you we moved with Papa, my uncle. He moved from, I talked about that too, right?
Yep.
Did I talk about that move?
Yep, I think so. But you can tell us again. You can tell us again.
So no, there was that move. Then there was also the visit to the jungle, and I had an elephant. Did I tell you about that?
Yes, we'll go into the elephant right now. We'll just go there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I had the elephant. And the scary thing was feeding the elephant, because I had to feed him this big roti. And I mean, big piece of bread, and I was so afraid to feed him. So I fed the elephant. That was really scary, but I loved that elephant. I reconnected. The elephant and I had...
Let's find the elephant now.
Is there an elephant there? No,
yes,
find the elephant.
Not this one. Okay,
this is another yes, one. Not this one, the elephant. There we go. Yeah, and the little children would run behind me. So I think I told that. Yeah. So because I read that, and we went hunting. We went wild cock hunting on the elephant in the morning, and the elephant would move the branches from our way, and then he would scare the wild cocks so they fly up in the air, and then someone would shoot him.
Okay.
That was really fun.
Basically, you were royalty at that point of time.
Yes, it acted like that. I had that experience. Very few people get that experience of just, whenever I wanted my elephant, I could just call the elephant for an elephant ride.
But these kids were sitting there. I mean, these are kids from the family. So now.
This was another trip because I didn't have a picture from the first trip.
Okay.
And so we also went to Taj Mahal, and that's when I got sick.
But we don't have the Taj Mahal.
And we went to Shakti Farm. Here's Shakti Farm. You have to see. So Shakti Farm is a family farm. This is us walking from one part of the farm to the other, because on the other side of the farm, my father's sister, Buaji, she had a piece of land there. And we would walk, and there we are sitting. So you see everybody sitting there. We are sitting. This is, of course, a second trip because the children are older. We were sitting there visiting Bua because she had a thatch, I don't know what you call the material, but it's that straw.
The threshing
that her house was built of mud and straw. And so and it was so lovely inside, so cool. Little dark, but when we ever went to visit, we all sat outside and visited with her. That was really fun. We'd walk across the farm for that. So this is third one is also Shakti Farm. Shakti Farm is like one of our favorite places to go visit. Whenever we go to India, we like to visit Shakti Farm.
Nice. It's a nice experience. But then what about cows and all that was happening there?
Cows are always there. You can't go to India without cows. Even from the airport, I remember.
In Shakti
because
Farm,
the airport was not so modern. It was, in those days. Cows are right outside of the airport when we arrived in
Which
Delhi.
airport? Which airport is this?
In Delhi.
Again, Nana,
right
this is what you
outside the
people do. This is what you do. You give these people the wrong impression of Delhi, that they have these cows
No,
outside
no,
the
no, no,
airport.
no, no. That was 1970. They did that was now they've redone the airport. Is very modern. But when I first came,
Uh,
once you got outside of that, it was not that.
so
It
basically,
was
when
still very hot.
you came out of the airport and you saw some cows for the first time, you
I
saw cows on the road. That's what we were.
I did on the road.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I saw.
So that is why we are. We live close to nature. We let cows live free. We don't cut them and eat them. We let them run free. Such nice people we are, and then also you tell us that there are cows on the road.
Oh yes, all of those are the Shakti farm. So yeah.
Okay, so basically, now this goes back to, this is much later. This is much later.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think a couple of things that I was thinking, that not so much the visiting, but because all of that was wonderful. I think what really connected with me was having so much family around, but also I used to talk to my father-in-law, and he was always up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I would sit on the front porch and say his prayers and take a walk and then come back and sit down. And so I'd go out and talk to him in the morning. And I think what connected with me is there's different ways to sit on the porch. So I know, like when my mother would look out the window to look at what was going on around outside, she was looking at who's doing what, more like a gossiping kind of thing. Who's doing what and what are they doing? Well, when Pidaji would sit on the porch, it was more of being in that moment with whatever's happening around you. And there's a difference between watching something in terms of trying to look at what everybody's doing, and just being in the moment with people are around doing things and you're just there, you're letting it happen. And to me, that relates to also our ability to listen as mediators, because it's that if you can be in the moment and not try to judge it one way or the other or determine its quality and just let it happen. So whatever anybody is saying, it can be said. It's to me, it's that experience of sitting on the porch in the morning with Bitaji and seeing all the activity around
So like
without any qualifier about what it is.
so like the sari you're wearing today, you were wearing saris then?
I'm wearing a sari.
Yes, so nice. But you were wearing saris that time?
When I first went to India, I wore a sari every day. I slept in a sari.
That's what you said. You told us that. Yes.
Yes, and covered my head properly.
Yes, you
When
have to show us
Pidaji
that.
came in the room, let's
You have
see,
to
can I
see
have it off?
the young
Yes,
bride has just
I
come home.
covered my head. Where is it? I can't find the end of my sari to do it.
You can't do that. Pitaji is
It looks
waiting.
so.
He's waiting, and you know.
I'm going to be in trouble because I can't find the end of my sari.
That's it.
There. I pull
Not
it
as good
around.
as it
There we
should be.
go.
Yes.
Yes, I have to pull it up.
But that's a
There.
nice formal sari. Which part of India is that from?
This is Banaras.
Banaras.
It's a
Banaras.
cotton sari from Banaras.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I didn't wear the wedding sari. However, so I have to show my wedding sari because last time it became a big thing with Morella. Here was the wedding sari that they gave me. If you can see it,
Yes,
it's very see-through, which is why I don't like to wear it, because it's too see-through for me. But it's very beautiful.
Okay. So this is when you went back. So this was the wedding sari when you got married in the US, or this was another marriage there? Another wedding there?
No, but everyone gave me gifts.
Okay.
And one thing that was, I remember on Shakti Farm, so my aunt, my bua, she didn't have much money in that farm. And so she had given me this piece of gold. And this was from her wedding, her tikka. And for me, the fact that she had nothing and she gave me one of the few pieces of gold that she had, no matter how much it's worth, that this is one of the most valuable presents I got.
Very nice. So
And
that's what
so
it
I
is.
keep it, no matter whatever condition it's in, it's the condition, and I keep it very preciously because that was a sacrifice,
Okay,
because she would need that for money.
so basically now you've lived about 3-4 months in India, and now you
3 4
plan to go
months in
back.
India, now we go back, and we have decided that we're both going to go to school. Like, we had stored all of whatever few boxes of belongings we stored at my mother's house. We collected them and we went off to University of Illinois. Now we had $500 in our pocket. That's it.
And then
That's all we
everything.
had.
So all the tuition fee and admission and everything. How does that all happen? You tell us that. A lot of people would be interested on that. How do we go to
So the one
college
thing
in
is that
$500?
he did not have admission into the College of Environmental Engineering because while we were in India, they denied his admission. Um, they were very picky about admission. I had admission, he didn't have admission, but he said, that's okay, we're going anyway. So we went, we arrived, he said, we'll arrive at the university, we'll figure it out when we get there. So then he went to talk to the professors in the department, and it was agreed that he would have admission into the university, but not in the department. So as long as you have admission in the university, that's all you need. And then we went to the bank and we applied for loans, both of us, student loans. And we got our loans approved that day, same day. And then we got our married student housing apartment and registered the same day, all in the same day, without even knowing that it was possible, without any planning. We just did it.
Good.
That was it.
So then, okay, so now you're in college.
Now I was in college.
Rosalia,
Now,
Rosalia.
hi Rosalia. now I was in college. Both of us. That's when I studied. I changed my major from English to psychology.
Psychology.
Only because I thought it'll look better.
Okay. But there's no plan at this stage. There's no plan. It's just happening. Things are just happening.
Yeah, no plan.
And the daughter's
Things
growing up, and
she
Alpana is
had,
growing up at
because
this
the
time.
wonderful thing when you go to University of Illinois, she had she went to the daycare, and it's run by by the students in early childhood education. So the school was exceptionally good. And then our neighborhood was very diverse because we had Keiko from Japan, and my other friend, Sonia Veterasi from Venezuela, and we had the African groups. And so we were surrounded by international students. That was so fun. It was the best part of being in this married student housing.
But she was very young at that time. She must be say 8-9 months, or how old?
20. She was, yes, she was only about 8 or 9 months old.
That's really young for take care of a kid, for these people.
Daycare, yeah, it was. But all the other kids were there. I think her biggest thing was when she had a fight with Wally Akinyali. I still remember his name. Little boy, 2 or 3. This was when they got a little older, when they were 2 years old, and he said, "My dad is black," and Arpana said, "But my dad is black too," and he said, "But my mom is black," and she was so upset. He one-upped her.
but all that happens at that age. Huh? All these discussions these kids have at that age.
They have that at this age, 2 or 3. They're recognizing the world. They're looking around. They know, and they talk about it.
Well, I'm just thinking, where do they pick that up from? I mean, that's surprising. Just the fact to discuss all that means they pick it around from there. I mean, those conversations are happening around them, and they're picking up from there somewhere.
maybe, or, or I don't know. I don't know. It was anyway. So we were both now students at University of Illinois, and student life was nice. I mean, I used to, like I said, there were all kinds of international students. I used to ride my bicycle to school. So a nice small community. There were other fun things that we did in the winter time in Illinois. The most fun thing to do, because we had an old Dodge Charger. And so the roads would be so frozen over, and nobody would be on the roads after a big snow. So we'd take the car and we'd drive it and then slam on the brakes so the car would twirl around 360 degrees, and then drive it some more and slam on the brakes again. That was our entertainment.
So if there was if college didn't happen, then stunt driving could always happen. So you would get that option somewhere. No, but then you're staying on campus.
We were staying on the side of the campus, a little outside of campus. Like they have the married student housing is just like a housing complex of many, many buildings. It has the only hill in Illinois, because this area in Illinois where we went to school is very flat. But there was one hill because they especially at the married student housing, because I think they dumped all of the dirt from when they built the houses in one area and they created a hill. So in the winter, everyone came to that hill to go sled riding.
That big
It was
hill
a great gathering place.
Okay, that big a hill.
It was big enough for us, a little sled to go down. So that was the fun thing. And then beautiful places to walk. That was great.
Are you people working at the same time while studying? Is there something like that happening?
I did work at the Environmental Protection Agency doing testing water. I was very good at testing water, scientific studies. See, love of science makes a difference. You can work and test water. All the water samples came in, so I know how to make sure that the crust of that the cusp of the test tube is just perfect, because I want to make sure that I've measured the samples correctly.
But that wasn't an area you wanted to go back to study. You don't want to study science as such. You were okay with your psychology.
Yes, I wasn't okay with it. I should say that I was resistant to I studied it because in those days, it was not the Jungian study that Cato talks about. Often it was more of a B.F. Skinner time. And they were trying to introduce psychology as a science. And my issues and problems with that is you can't control all the variables when you're talking about human behavior. So I always struggled with, well, okay, you can control some of the variables, but if you can't control the variables, how can you make it a scientific study? You can't. So for me, I think that it has validity, but you have to question it. And then you learn other things that I think, some things are valuable, like experiments that we did in terms of, if you put people in a row, for instance, one experiment that was popular in those days, and you have the first person be someone who is more considered higher up or a leader. And if you give them a blue block and they say that's a red block, you have them, they're planted and they say, this block is red. Then all the people down below, you ask them what color the block is, they'll start saying it's a red block, even though it's clearly blue. So it's interesting to see that influence, how very few people will disagree with that. Most people will follow whatever the leader says. The other experiment I remember, it was one that was done. You give people a sheet of paper, and on that sheet of paper, it has some very general characteristics. And what you tell the people is, okay, so we've done this thing on your personality, And we, after, testing you, this is your personality, and you give them this generic sheet. The sheet is same for everyone. 95% of the people will say, oh yeah, that's absolutely me. Only less than 2% of the people will say, that's not me, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think that's
So
the way it works. That's the way it works. Even I mean, in general, I think I mean, it's a little different, but even the horoscopes thing works like that. Everyone thinks that it fits in with them. You just have to make a general statement, and everyone say, yeah, this is exactly what I'm going
yeah,
through. This is. But you people, if you want to come in, just raise your virtual hand. I mean, I'll get you in at any point of time. This is like informal. With Lisa, it's always informal.
yeah. So those are the things that I was learning in terms of that. I was still taking English because I was still minoring in English. So for me, it was also perspective. I mean, one of the things I mostly remember was learning about perspective in studying literature. And there's a book, I think it's out here. A lot of people get it, like if you go too close to a subject, you get black. If you go far away in the universe, you get black. So perspective is about finding that right distance. And I love that when you see the pictures and you keep getting closer and closer and closer, and then you can't see anything, or you get further and further away, and then you can't see anything. And when you look at that book or that picture, Rosalia knows what I'm talking about. I love that. It's like, oh, but that really tells us about our own vision, because we know, like, if we get too close to something, we really can't be objective. And if we get too far away from it, we can't be objective. It lends itself to me. These are the things that lend themselves to mediation.
But basically, you were enjoying your studies, whatever your resistance to it might be. But
I love studying. I love reading. I love
psychology,
that.
no, but psychology. You were enjoying your psychology.
I mean, my biggest
Study.
thing was like I got bored in math, so I didn't really go to class. I just took the tests, but I passed, so I guess it's okay. But otherwise, I like to go to class. I took one class on intercultural psychology with Harry Triandis. That was fun. And then that's when I was introduced into the field of intercultural communication, because that was my first course that I took.
But what else is happening? But what else is happening in college? I mean, in terms of activities and anything else?
So my husband, he also took a job working for the Environmental Protection Agency, so in his field. And he got admission into the degree the next semester because he made A's in all his classes. So this is a lesson for everyone when you talk about it. Never let anybody say no. Just take classes without even a degree status, and they'll let you in as soon as you make a good grade.
Good.
Lesson learned.
Yeah.
Never take no for an answer.
So we are doing career counseling also now. Good.
Yes, I tell everybody. Never mind. If you didn't graduate, that's okay. Just go to a college and start taking classes, and they won't care whether you had a high school degree.
But tell me, Lisa, what is the atmosphere in the country at that time? What's happening in the country, in the world at that time?
In the country, nothing really. I mean, that was the 70s, so there was still a lot of the protests going on. Still that, but that was starting to minimize, because the war, just around that time, was when Nixon decided to take the US troops out. So there was still that, also that feeling that if there was this negativity towards Vietnam veterans, that it was not really, it was as if they were responsible for the fact that we lost the war. There was that feeling, and that was not really good. I don't think I was involved at that time, but it does come back later. So the topic that I need to discuss, that I haven't discussed, which hopefully I can give it justice. So I think for my husband, he had, and this, I have to bring this up because this is important to my own development as well as, I mean, I think in terms of how I developed as a person. So there were so many wonderful things about him, his brilliance and this energy and this fun that we were having and the support that he gave me and encouraging me to go to school. But there was a darker side. And that darker side has to be brought out. And I think I've been afraid to talk about this part. So I was trying to dance around it for a little while.
No, you must take it out. Yeah, it's better out than inside. It's yeah.
So this, he had very poor impulse control. And I think that being a student and working and all of these things, it weighed very heavily on him. But also there was another aspect of that, and my interpretation, because he never admitted to it, so I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but in my interpretation is that I feel like he also felt that he had let down his family by marrying outside the culture and marrying outside, because there was a big thing about marrying even within your caste, and I even speak about marrying somebody from a different culture. And so even though I had been accepted in the family, but maybe because I was accepted in the family, it was even harder for him. I feel like that put greater pressure on him, because sometimes when people accept what you've done, you feel guiltier. Then, you carry that burden alone. So I think that came out in his temper. And so there was one really explosive session where he almost strangled me. And I remember he took a tie and wrapped it across my neck until I passed out. And that, was probably, I remember the feeling. I remember that moment when my whole body relaxed as if nothing else mattered. It was an interesting feeling. It's like you became light, and then I collapsed to the floor. And I remember maybe kind of the tunnel, what they talk about, the tunnel and death. I remember that. But I remember also feeling like I wasn't ready to leave, that I wanted to stay with him and I wanted to sort these things out. And so he says I never passed out, but then I know that I did. So it must have been so short a time, but seemed much longer to me. It may have only been a few seconds, but for me, it was a huge lifetime. And I remember standing up and walking away. I walked out of the room and to the bedroom without saying a word to him, and sat on the bed. And I remember that he had said to me, because when he would have his explosive temper, he would say to me, if you had any self-respect, you wouldn't let me do this. And I think he had hoped that I wouldn't let him do this. And so I sat down and I made a list, an internal list. And I said, you know what? I need to, he's right about that. I need to make a list, and I need to think, what are the good qualities that I have? And what are those qualities I want to change? And so I made my list. I thought my list was pretty good. On the good side, I liked that my good side was okay. I had a good list. But on my negative side, there were a few things I really felt like I needed to change. And one of the things which I think sparked him and was wrong was that I was so afraid of his temper that I started to tell a lie. So if he would say, did you do this? I would say, oh, yes, I did it. And I thought, okay, I'll do it later. But every time I lied, I would procrastinate even more. instead of doing it right away, I procrastinated even more. So my biggest thing was I had determined that I was not going to tell a lie ever again, no matter what. And I was going to take responsibility for whatever I didn't do. And that would help me. That was my biggest thing.
But Lisa, but what I'm looking at is the fact that he says that you should, if you had self-respect, you wouldn't let me do this to you. What was he wanting you to take a decision of getting out of his life so that he could go back to his family and do whatever they want to do? It wasn't that kind of a situation.
No, 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 no. He definitely loved me very much. It's like he had two minds.
Yeah,
On
exactly.
the
That's what I'm
one
thinking.
hand, on the one hand, he loved me very much that, he didn't want to go any place unless I went with him, or we had good conversations. We had, a good relationship. But on the other hand was that dark side that, when something would go wrong, it would spark him. So it wasn't just one or the other. He didn't really want me to leave
No, but what
because
about the family? I mean, what is happening
hmm,
with the family? With his family, there is communication. Everything is normal on that end. There's no,
everything is normal. They
and
don't
you.
know anything that's happening. They know he has a temper because in the family he was famous for his temper.
Mhm.
He was famous for, when he was a little boy, if the tea came and somebody dropped some tea on the plate, he would throw the plate across the
Mm.
and yell at the servants. He was famous for that. Everyone knew that he had that temper growing up.
Okay, so this
So
was
I was
just a okay.
unfortunately in the line of this bad temper.
Okay. So there was no other release. This was the only release of that. There in Shakti Farm, there were lots of other people where it could have been taken out.
Yeah, yes,
Mm.
I think so. I think if we were in the family, this is the structure of the family, that somebody would have taken him out and let him yell at and listen to him while he was angry and separated us so that it wouldn't come on me. But there was nobody there to do that, because that function is we're alone. We're together in a house. And I also learned that because it's poor impulse control. And he used to say that if it goes beyond that point where he has no control, I had to learn not to let it go beyond that point. And one of the things that after that day, I used to walk out the door. If I walked out the door and left and then came back an hour later, we would talk about it and everything was fine. So I needed to remove myself immediately from the situation and then come back, and then everything was okay. So those are the things I learned. Some people would say, why did you stay? And I said, no, the benefits far outweighed the negatives. But the
But
negatives were for me to learn
but it
about
wasn't.
myself.
But wasn't one of those health kind of issues which had to be looked at? It wasn't one of those things that you considered that it should be looked at. Or that point of time, the mental health issues were not under discussion as much as it is now.
No, I mean, maybe there was something, and we'll never know, but it wasn't something that we thought about in those days. And
Yeah, yeah,
I think that for me, I looked at it as he was right, and I wasn't going to let it happen. I mean, I tried things. One time I tried hitting him back, but then I didn't like myself for that. So I said, okay, that doesn't work. So the best thing that worked was me walking out the door and then coming back an hour or two later.
but from your
That
side,
was
you're
the
saying that,
best for me.
yeah, but these were part of the person as it was earlier also. It wasn't that the fact of coming from Shakti Farm into Illinois or whatever else, wherever else you were, and there was society which doesn't may have put some pressures on you. What life in America puts pressures on you. It was nothing like that. You don't
I
say.
think that he was under a lot of pressure to perform, but I also feel like he, one of the things that I recognized and I believe, that's why I believe it, is that I would try to figure out, I tried to understand from his perspective. Sometimes I could do it, sometimes I couldn't. And if I voiced it, because I told him, I think you feel this way. I think maybe you feel disappointed that you married me. I said that. And then I would notice his behavior would change, or he wouldn't get angry for the same thing. And then I would think, well, I must have got it. I must have got it out in the open. Maybe I was right. Because maybe my voicing it was enough for him to be able to think about it and deal with it. And that he wasn't good at getting his own inner feelings out. So that was that. It wasn't, yeah.
But we're talking about now. This is college happening. All this is happening while you're in college.
Well, this happened while we were in college, that he would have a few. It was worse in those times when he was under stress with work and college and trying so many things, that it was difficult. I think that it was worse in those times than it was in other times.
But how is Arpana? I mean, Arpana is there. She's seeing all this happening.
I think it had a negative effect. I'll say that it has a negative effect on your children. It's something that she doesn't forget, that she says she remembers that he put a gun to my head. I don't remember that, but it must have happened.
Mm-hmm.
So that must have happened as well.
There was a gun around somewhere.
Yes, he had guns.
So are we talking about gun? Are we talking about gun control or not? Are we going to?
Years later, I took all of the guns and I gave them away. I'm not having guns in the house. No accidents are gonna happen. That's the key. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, so this was how college was happening. I mean, there is a daughter there. There is some issues at home.
There's a daughter there. There's issues at home. Yeah.
But in terms of studies, you're okay with what you're studying. You're enjoying that, so that's okay.
Yeah, I was enjoying my studies. I was enjoying that, and
what about the people around you? I mean, there are friends that you're making, or you were so busy
I told
with...
you, the people were wonderful. I remember this really great thing. You walk out the door, and there was a lot of African students on the corner, and there was a wedding going on, and they give you some sticks, and you take the sticks, and they give you some instrument or something like sticks or anything that'll make noise. And even though you're just passing by, they get you to join in and have a beat. So everybody's clapping or using some sticks or creating a beat sound, drum sound, and all of that in celebration of the wedding. And you don't even know who these people are. That's the kind of atmosphere that I loved. It's like, you don't know what's happening, but hey, join in. Let's join in and play some sticks and enjoy the wedding for this African group of people. And that's the atmosphere that I loved. That everywhere I went, that was all over.
But it's a diverse community.
Diverse, very diverse. I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it.
But then,
of course, we had friends, and we were going to, you go to events with friends. So we have a couple of friends that were very good friends to this day. We had one Sikh couple that were friends. So that was really fun when our friend Hari washed his hair and took his turban off, and his hair was so long. His turbans were so long. Like, oh, how fun. We're getting to see all of the turbans. And when Hari washes his turban, that was a fun part of the experience.
But all that, by that time, all this whole that hippie movement and everything is done. It's all gone.
That time I'm married and I have a child. I'm more concerned about my family.
Yeah. So, but all that. But what is that?
I'm still free spirited because I'm walking around the neighborhood joining in with the African students.
No, but I'm just thinking that culture, whatever, that Woodstock and this and that, all that happening after that, what is that generation doing? I mean, what are they? Are they coming back to college? Are they doing college? Or what is the atmosphere in general in the country in that age group?
In general in the country, like I said, people were just coming out of that. This is the beginning of the me generation too, that a lot of people started getting more concerned about their own success and what was going to happen to them. So a lot of people that came out of that hippie movement became more self-centered. Some people, not all. Some people continued to be so that continued to happen in the country.
But
So
what is the young population thinking? What is happening? There is work. There is enough work happening for people, so they have something to look out for, or are they thinking of doing other things? I mean, what is the general feeling? I mean,
work
around.
was not a problem. I mean, we never thought about work and any issue. So, and my husband was working for, like I said, the Environmental Protection Agency. So he was working as a contractor for the government. So that also became where he liked being. He liked working in the environmental field. And as we were there longer, he saw that as where he wanted to be, and he wanted to join in working for the government, for the EPA, not EPA, but actually it was the Army Construction Engineering Lab. I should say not EPA, but Environmental Instruction, Army Construction Engineering Lab. That's who he worked for. And he really loved doing those projects. And his boss was also an Indian guy, Dr. Jan, and he was fostering and encouraging. My husband had a role in developing the first environmental impact statements with Dr. Jan. So I learned a lot about that because I learned how to do them. He would, everything he learned, he brought home and talked to me about. So I always felt like I learned a lot. Um, so I did learn how to do an environmental impact statement. I can make a good one.
But the community
Involving
and
other
all,
people.
but the community accepted him. The society accepts you. That there is no such discrimination that he feels at that point of time. Nothing like that is happening.
At this point of time, no, not in Illinois, not where we were in a university town. I don't think that the issues come up a lot less in a university town because they are very diverse. So we weren't getting a direct experience of that. I don't remember anything really, even in the daycare or that my daughter was in, none of that. Um, Not so much then. If there was, it was so minimized because we had enough diverse community around us that it's one of the reasons we like university towns in general.
But I think we need to get,
Because
yeah, we have to get Arpana's view on what she thought of growing up in a university town. Must have been interesting for her. So many people around, and I'm sure being
that was
looked
very
after.
interesting because from a very young age, she had a diverse group of people in the daycare. I mean, so she remembers that definitely.
But the only thing is,
Hopefully, she'll come on. I told her to come,
the
but
only thing is that I'm just thinking from her end, she's growing up with all these older people, no kids around. How many kids would there be? Would there be kids around to play with?
no, at the daycare, there's kids all
How
the
many how
time.
many kids? How many kids would there be? I mean,
Oh my
these are all.
goodness. There was so there were different groups, but there must have been about 30 or 40 children in her, in her
And these
daycare.
and these are children of the people studying there. All
Children are the people studying there.
Mm, okay, okay. So it's
Yeah.
like the people who go back to college also. Okay, let's go back to college
Yeah.
and that kind of thing, which obviously we don't have
Yeah.
much of.
It
Okay,
was a wonderful place for kids and they took such good care of them. So I felt comfortable with sending her there.
and so now,
So that was,
okay, so now,
I didn't feel anything. Yeah.
what is the plan now? Now you've almost like finished your education, and now
Okay, so then we finish. We can just go ahead and finish the education.
no,
I'm
we don't have to.
graduating.
No, we don't have to graduate now. We don't have to graduate.
No, 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 no. I think
Is-
of one of the other experiences that happened while we were there, still students, was Pitaji and Amma came to visit. So maybe that's also something to mention because that was a big experience when Pitaji came and they stayed for several months. It was one of our fun memories. Um, they had never been outside of India.
Mhm.
And I remember the first time we took Amma for the escalator, in the malls, you have the escalator. My
Yeah.
mother in law never seen an escalator.
Mm.
And she was so scared to step on the escalator to go up. And I remember holding her hand and going with her. And the real fun was, when someone from another country has seen something for the first time, it's as if you experience your own culture in different eyes. Like all of a sudden, it's like opening something new up in you when you're seeing someone else. And I just remember that was so fun to help Amma on the escalator and take her through it. The struggle we had was finding vegetarian food because she was pure vegetarian. She and Pitaji, so we always struggled with. It's a good thing we didn't know that the French fries at McDonald's were not vegetarian at the time.
That's what you did. You did the worst thing to her. All her religious beliefs and everything, you finished them all off.
I know, we ruined it forever.
She doesn't know that. She didn't know that. She didn't know that. But she has not been forgiven for her sins. You know that. She hasn't been forgiven for those sins.
Oh, no, don't say that. I'll feel guilty forever. We worked
have
so
to for
hard
life,
trying
for
to
life.
make sure. We would like read every label. No, you can't have gelatin. You can't have this. You have to be careful. Pitaji, he was so shocked. There were a couple of things that I think really were. One thing was that my husband, I forgot to mention that he always.
Why can't we just call him Vinod? Why can't we just call him Vinod? Let's keep it to Vinod. Why do we have to go through this?
I
My
called
husband
him
situation?
Pati all of my life. I never called him Vinod. I called him Pati.
Pati means tell people that Pati means
Pati
husband.
means husband.
It wasn't an abuse or something. Okay, so you were the good Indian wife that you were not going to call him by his name. That was the situation.
That's right. I was so good. But although everyone laughed at me, like, oh, she calls him Pati, how funny that is. But I was like, I need to call him something. I can't call him him. So he always wanted to fly. And one of the reasons he came to the US was because he didn't make it in the Air Force. He kept trying, but he had flat feet or something. They didn't let him in. So he came to the US, but he still wanted to fly. And one of the things that he could do at University of Illinois, because they had lessons, because you could take classes in flight. So he got his pilot's license. And he was so proud of his pilot's license. We had lots of fun. We'd go up in the airplane. Instead of driving all the way to Chicago, we would rent an airplane and go to Chicago and visit friends and then come back in the same day. I think one of the biggest problems was he was only certified for visual flying and not for instrument flying. And we took off flying and we didn't know that there was going to be a storm. And all of a sudden we were engulfed in a storm and the plane was going poof. And I had my daughter in the back seat and the plane is going poof. I don't know, he hasn't been a pilot that long. We're not sure we're gonna make it out of this storm. Like, whew.
Don't laugh right now. You have to show us the emotion that you had at that point of time.
We were praying for, can we just get out of this cloud? I could see like in the distance, maybe there's a sun. I kept saying, just go that way, just go that way. Finally, he made it out of the cloud and we managed to get back safely. But that was the scariest moment we had in our airplane flying time. The most fun was when we saw 4th of July fireworks from the airplane up in the air. That was fun.
So what I'm
But
going
anyway,
to understand is,
the reason I brought that up is because when Pitaji came to visit, Pitaji was the secretary of the flying club in India. So anybody who has their pilot's license, they had to go through in the state where he is in UP. They had to go through my father-in-law to get their pilot's license. So my husband's very happy he got his pilot's license and he shows Pitaji and it's just a little card this big. Here's your pilot's license, just like a driver's license. And Pitaji says, that's not a pilot's license. A pilot's license should be many, many pages.
Has to be a booklet.
Yes.
Anything which is not a booklet is not an official document.
So there was a big argument about whether this was a real pilot's license, because it was only one little tiny card. And so I mean, the lesson is that we all come from our own perspective and our own, experiences. And this is where we get this miscommunication, because he had a hard time accepting that little card as a valid driver, pilot's license.
So he said, "I won't sit with you in the aircraft. You don't
He
have a real
didn't.
license."
He didn't. He wouldn't let him fly at all.
Obviously, it's like the Indian scene where anyone could go and pick up a driver's license from wherever, sitting at home, they would come there. So he thought that's the way it is in the US also.
Right.
Order one online kind of thing.
I think he did finally at least show Pitaji, look, I can fly this plane, and Pitaji had to watch, but Pitaji wouldn't get in the plane with him.
No, but now with Pitaji and your mother-in-law there, now what are they doing now? Are they roaming around, going places, or they're just staying with you? That's it.
We arranged for Pitaji to teach yoga, so that because he said, "Oh, you're here, you can teach." So we went to the Y and we signed him up as a teacher of yoga, and he had a whole yoga class coming in. But this also was quite fun because, all these young girls were coming in. We thought, okay, Pitaji is not used to seeing this state of dress. And he was really enjoying it. My mother-in-law, she decided she had to go to the yoga lessons and observe to make sure he wasn't having too much fun with his yoga class. We laughed so hard about that. She went to one class and she didn't go after that, but it was really fun to watch.
But how old would they be? But how old would they be at that time?
Maybe in their 60s, not quite that old.
In the 60s,
they were still young. Yeah.
That much of an age difference between your husband and them?
No, wait. He was the third child.
But still, people have kids when they're young.
Yeah, maybe they were younger. Maybe they were in their 50s. I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good question. I don't know.
That's the easiest answer. I don't know.
I don't know. I never asked. That's the easiest answer.
No, I think that people you just imagine, they must have been old, but not realizing that they were not that
you're
old.
Right. All right. But Pitaji really enjoyed teaching, and he was a good yoga instructor. I took it too. It was a good lesson, and everyone liked him in the class, so he was very popular as a yoga instructor. That gave him something to do.
But yoga had taken off at that time.
Yoga was just taking off. So his class was full. He had 25 people in his class.
Not bad.
At this, that was a lot of people in the class.
That would have been the real Vikram yoga. Instead of Bikram yoga, it would have been the Vikram yoga. But he also was Vikram Singh or not?
No, but he was not a Vikram. He was Raj Bahadur Singh.
So where did your husband
My husband was Vinod Vikram Singh. This is why, Vinod Vikram Singh,
okay,
and he was Raj Bahadur Singh.
Okay, now that you said so, there's no nepotism here. I'll have to keep repeating. Lisa, I do not have any connection with Lisa. It is just coincidental. I'll have to put a little thing, this disclaimer on the show.
That was always my laugh. Like, wait a minute, everybody's Vikram Singh. He's Vinod Vikram Singh. His brother was Aditya Vikram Singh, and another brother Rajesh Vikram Singh, and then another brother Uday Vikram Singh. All Vikram Singhs. Okay, so that's all my children are Vikram Singhs.
So now I understand why you put up with a lot of things that I keep saying to you. All those.
I keep thinking we're related.
That I have so I think you give me the benefit of doubt in those situations. Okay, let me take advantage of that. But how are they taking? How are the in-laws taking to the American society? What are their?
Pitaji used to get very upset. So I remember because he actually liked to talk to me, but I think that maybe I was a little shocking for my mother-in-law because I engaged in the conversation. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to. So I did. And Pitaji would watch like the Donahue show and Phil Donahue, and he would get really upset because their women were talking about teenagers getting pregnant, and he was so shocked with the subject matter. And then he said, people shouldn't talk about this like in this in public. How are people talking about this in public? And then I said, well, we have something called free speech, and this is our belief. And Pitaji would say, no, there shouldn't be that. This is wrong. This
But
is going to
surprising.
ruin society.
But the surprising thing is, and I don't know whether you would have discussed with him, but in that period, in that generation, kids were getting married when they were teenagers and having kids when they were teenagers in India. I mean, they were getting
Yes, but
married
he
very early.
didn't like this.
Yeah,
He
yeah, I
was
understand. I
about
understand.
outside of marriage and
Yeah,
having children outside of marriage.
yeah, yeah. So
That
both.
was the issue
Yeah,
that
yeah.
came
I know.
up
I
with
understand.
him.
I'm just thinking that
So,
teenagers
yeah,
getting pregnant was not new for him, but it was something that they should have got married. That kind of thing,
they should have gotten
which
married.
which the American society would not have accepted. No. Getting married at 14 was not going to happen.
Getting married at 14 was not going to happen. Yes, that was the whole issue. That why are they talking about it? Why are they allowing it? And it was outside of wedlock. For him, it was very shocking.
So,
And so that whole conversation that I had with him, but why are they doing this? But then he liked a lot of deep conversations also. Um, that was just the way he was. So
so, so what kind of
he liked
conversations?
engaging in that.
So what kind of conversations were you happening on
Like
Hindu
about why
philosophy?
when I talked about free speech, then it was about what is free speech, how do we do it, when should you regulate it. We had to have a whole conversation about when it should be regulated, when it shouldn't, and how that works. And so it was really, then it became a discussion about law, and since he was a lawyer, that was engaging for him.
Well, those were also discussions which would have been new for him also, because those were not things which were really discussed here. Free speech was not a concept which was really discussed. As such, it wasn't, I mean, not a topic for discussion at that point of time.
Right. Yeah, so that was it. That was the first, so that was their first trip to the
But what about,
US.
but no, but Lisa, what about picking up things in terms of Hindu philosophy and all those things? Were there discussions on that?
Definitely, Pitaji was always telling me things. So now, um, always talking about it because he was very, he liked to say prayers every day. I mean, Amma didn't speak English that well. So she didn't speak about it as much as Pitaji, of course.
No,
We had a lot of,
no, one is the religious traditions and rituals, and that's one part. But what about the Hindu philosophy as such? Did that ever come up? Did you pick up anything from there?
no, there was a lot of small things. I know Pitaji would say, he always believed that, because he had faith, everything would work right. He would even joke when we were trying to find parking. He said, oh, yes, if you have faith, the right parking spot is going to just open up for us. And it always did. We always got the best parking places. That was
Then you
always a
believe there is
fun.
something to this.
That's right. There's something there. I don't remember that one time before in India when I was there that Pitaji there was someone coming to ask for food and they were singing a prayer. And for me, and my shock was, why are you taking God's name in order to beg for food? That's what I felt. And I told this to Pitaji. And Pitaji said, oh, Beta, how does it matter as long as one is remembering God? How does it matter? And I thought, that's so beautiful. What a good idea. So whenever I get worried about something, I always think of Pitaji, how does it matter?
Okay, so now,
What it matters is they're remembering God. That's it. That's all. How does the rest matter?
okay, so now, but you have to make the difference out that was Pitaji. This one is Pati. So people should know the difference in the two. Pitaji is the father. Pati is
But
the husband.
Pitaji said this. Yes,
No, no, I'm
Pitaji is.
just.
Oh yeah.
No. So then basically
Okay,
now
so then
they back. They
we
back.
buy a house. So
Okay.
let's get out of.
No,
Let's
first you
get
have to
out
tell
of.
me, Lisa. First tell me $500, two kids, they're going through education. They're bringing up a child, that taking an aircraft and flying around the country. How does that happen? Please teach us how that has to
Because
happen.
because by that time we had jobs.
That
That's
one,
right. We were both working. Well, he was working. I didn't have to. I had my job for a short time. Then I didn't need it because he was earning.
Mhm. Okay, so that is
So he
taking
had
care of
a good
that. Okay.
job taken
So,
care of
but what kind
with
of
his
jobs are these?
job. I mean, he worked for the. He was so by that time he moved from contractor to actually being employed by the Army Construction Engineering Lab. So he was at a GS-10, which is the government service qualification, which was a good enough job, good enough to pay for all our fundings.
Well, Kato is leaving, so I'm just asking Kato. Kato, do you want to say anything to Lisa before you leave? Yes, Kato. You want to say bye to her before you leave?
Kato, before you leave later on, and I just have to tell you, I was in a choir and I used to sing in a choral group. So
All
just so
right.
you know, we have something in common there, not
Yes.
only psychology, but the choral singing.
Right. Okay. Let me ask one thing which I don't share. You have it. Right? I recall you said that you have learned a skill to read and understand a book very quickly. I think I've heard it about 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that sounds wonderful because I need a long, long time to just follow. And by the time when I finish the page, I have forgotten what I have read already. Could you give us a bit of insight, please, if it's okay?
So actually, so this happened when I was young. Actually, my mother enrolled me in a speed reading class for summer school, and I didn't want to go. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. But they taught us how to read very quickly. You can take your finger and go across like this and go down through a book and get most of the things in the book. So that was a skill that I don't know that I really value. That something like I mean, maybe I was only 11 or 12 years old. And that speed reading class made a difference my whole life. There are two classes that made a difference in my life. One was the speed reading, so it enabled me to be able to read a lot of material very quickly. I think that's one of the reasons I feel comfortable reading a lot. And the second thing was in high school, I took a typing class. So my keyboarding skills are good because I knew how to type.
And you're lucky that that keyboard still stays. That
Yeah,
hasn't changed over the years.
one of the jobs I had actually at University of Illinois was not keyboarding, but also the key punch. You know, you have to type and key punch with those cards in those old days with the huge computers.
Yeah.
The same computer is only small now, but in there they had a big mainframe computer. And I did the key punching in the cards, and the cards would go through and read to the computer and then come out in some long readout.
No,
And
the whole thing was getting those cards, proper cards in that order and putting it that in all that. No one can even imagine that one room full of that computer was one room, and the capability wasn't even like maybe I mean, this phone is really high end, but I'm saying those basic computers that we had, those small ones, they have more capability than that one room. So
and the
people,
other job, because this was all at the same time, right after I graduated, I also worked in the library at the local community college. And I used the same computer skills because to input all of the information about books and processing books. And so I would I use my skills to read really quickly through the books while I was putting on the book cover. And then I also input all of that information into the overall library system, the card system, so that the book was cataloged. So I took care of the catalog online. those were fun jobs. Like, yeah, okay, read a book while you're processing it.
Okay, so now college is done.
College is done. I want to get out of there. I'm done with college.
Yes, because I don't think you're getting a part three. I don't think so.
I don't want a part three. I do not want a part three.
and
I'm already getting boring now. I'm boring.
no,
College.
it's going to get interesting. It's going to get more interesting as we go along, I'm sure. But then now, okay, now you're out of college and now you picked up a job.
We're out of college and we buy our first house.
Mhm.
That was quite fun. We bought our first house and we finished the house ourselves. Actually, we didn't finish it because by the time we bought a house, we're starting to settle down. And he was looking for, he wanted a GS11 job to move up because he was very young. And so he put his name out in the atmosphere. In those days, you put your name in a pool and other people would look at your resume and then call you from wherever in the country they had government jobs. That's how you would move on. And so he wanted the next level up. And so he got a call from the IRS, Internal Revenue Service in Atlanta, Georgia. And I called him up and he was like, okay. And he hung up and then he had to call them right back because he thought there's something wrong with this. Why are they calling me from the IRS for a job in petroleum engineering? And remember, he had the degree in petroleum engineering. Well, they called him for petroleum engineering, not environmental engineering. So all of a sudden, he's getting offered a job from the Internal Revenue Service in Atlanta, Georgia, to work in petroleum engineering. So he took that job and we had to finish up our house. And I remember that at that time, this was when the swine flu, remember there was the first flu shot. And we took the first flu shot. We're like, yes, you have to take the flu shot. You have to take it. And everyone like us who took the flu shot ended up with the worst flu ever.
Oh.
we got so sick. And that was when we were supposed to move to Atlanta. And we had to finish our house. We were staining the woodwork. We had to finish staining the woodwork. We had to paint the outside of the house and we didn't have a ladder. So he and by this time his brother also came to live with us. And we drove around to the back of the house and they stood on the car to paint the top of the house and climbed on the roof to get the trim. Because it was 2 stories in the back. It was so funny to watch them use the car to paint the house. But you know what? The job had to get done. So we no matter whether we had the equipment or not, I think a ladder was a little expensive and we didn't want to transport it with us. So we weren't going to buy one. It wasn't practical. We finished the house, even after being both of us sick so badly that we could hardly get out of bed. And then we hopped in the car and we started driving to Atlanta and he had to be there the next morning. We're driving all the way there. And it was in the US, it is called the blizzard of 1978.
It's already 1978.
Yes, only
Wow.
1978. And we are driving through this blizzard. And in the middle of this, there was whiteout conditions. We couldn't see the road. His brother, Uday, was driving our car. We had 2 cars. He was driving one car with, I think Arpana was in that car or she was in my car. And anyway, I was with his brother in the other car. And the whiteout conditions, we didn't see where the road turns and we went straight down the embankment. And then we had to wait for hours for the tow truck to get us out. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. But I'll never forget that blizzard because who knew in North Carolina, where it's usually warm, that the snow would be so bad and the conditions of driving would be so bad. And in the US, you still hear the blizzard of 1978. So it was well known.
A good thing, good thing we're not in India. That they would have said this is the sign. This is a sign. You're not supposed to go to Atlanta.
We made it through. We had to keep driving. And and we arrived there like at exactly like 10 minutes to 8. He had 10 minutes to change his clothes and get to work. You know, he rushed up, got to work just on time, just barely on time. And they took one look at him because he was 1 week later than he was supposed to join because of the flu. And they took one look at him and they said, "Oh, you look terrible. Go back home." Well, we made it to Atlanta. We sold our house within, I don't know, our house was so nice. We had decorated it. I had made it, you know, really nice.
That must be
And
tough. That must be tough for you because first house you guys make together and then you have to leave it and go must be very tough.
I never thought like that.
Okay.
It
Okay,
was like, okay, we were there, we enjoyed it. It's time to move on. You're in the next place.
okay, it's not like India when
I'm
people make a
really
house.
good at letting things go.
In India, it's like one house. I mean, now you're stuck with it for life. That's the way it was.
No, we sold that house and then we bought another house there. That's where we still had problems though, because Arvina was in the neighborhood and the kids used to say, "Where do you park your elephant?" And they were really mean to her. That was a problem. And then my
How did
other
you?
son,
But how did you handle that? All this with her going through that?
no, we just told her, "Oh, never mind. People are like that. Forget it." I don't know if we handled it well or not. So
Well, that's, I mean, for discrimination to start with. What?
I don't know. I think my daughter's trying to get on.
Just give her the right link. You know which is the right link?
I don't know.
See the meeting number. The meeting number ends with 92. That's the one you have to send her.
Okay.
What I can do is I can send you the meeting link on the WhatsApp.
Yeah. I'm writing to her. So sorry about that, folks.
I've sent you the meeting link on WhatsApp.
Okay, then I'll send it to her.
Yeah. So Rosalia, nothing to ask. Lisa,
Yes,
that's quite
ask me a
surprising.
question while I'm doing this.
Kathleen suddenly has come in now.
Kathleen, they're all saying, "Oh, poor Lisa, they're so bored. I want to get out of
No,
this."
we're not bored, Lisa. I'm just following your story. It's wonderful. I mean, you're always very entertaining, so natural. I was just wondering. I mean, I don't want to bring you back to that dark time, but
No,
when
go
you
ahead.
lost consciousness, you know,
Yeah.
that experience. I mean, that's very powerful. Do you? What else do you remember of that moment? You know.
I just remember in that moment, it was that I was determined to come back and I did. So I didn't die. I didn't want to die. I wasn't ready for that. And so that wasn't my time. But I think what was more important was what I did with it afterwards, because I think it's like even now, I have a hard time. I have a hard time making a silly excuse. Somebody asks me a question and the truth pops out. Like for me, it was like the first time he asked me, "Did you do something?" And I didn't do it. And I wanted to lie. And I remember when I was a teenager, the one time when I was young driving a car, I went around the corner. This connects. I went around the corner and I lost control of the car and I wasn't there. Like I was totally not there. A space where I don't know where I went, but me was someplace else. And I came to, and the car was headed for the front window of someone's house. I could just see that it was going to go right in. And somehow, just at the last moment, I managed to turn the car and I landed on the wall because this was up a hill. I landed on the wall that holds up the hill. Then I don't know what you call retainer wall or whatever. And the car was fine. I was fine. And so ever since then, after that, I always remembered when I'm in an emergency situation, I kind of grit my teeth and I make myself be present. And so I remember that same exact feeling when he said, did you do this? And I knew, I'm not going to lie. And I had to like grit my teeth. I'm going to face it. I'm going to grit my teeth. I'm going to be there. I'm going to say it. And I said the truth. And then after that, it got to be a habit. Like it's such a strong habit. I really can't lie anymore. Well,
But
sometimes not
but Lisa,
perfect.
but did you talk about this to anyone at that time?
No,
No one. It's all.
I would never say it to anyone because I didn't want anyone to think negatively of him.
Mhm.
I didn't want anybody to, I didn't think anybody would understand it from that point of view.
Mhm. Yep. Okay.
So it was something very private to us. Kathleen, you wanted to say something?
Hi, my friend. It's so nice to know more
Hi.
about you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here in Washington State, waking up from a very long week. So, I'm always amazed as people, we get immersed in a life that's both carnal and spiritual, and other people's lives, especially when we're, in our formative years and a young wife and all of that. Other people's lives and their carnality reaches out and touches us, grabs us, spins us around. We have to pivot, or we immerse ourselves. But you know what? We learn as well. And in America, we say, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, and it's really true. And throughout that, it's so nice hearing more about you. And I also love in your story, we have the power of response when other people's dark carnality touches our lives. We can respond and we can grow within that response. And I think that's why us as mediators, a lot of us can hold still when someone brings their dark carnality to the mediation table. We can hold still, we can hold the space for them. And we can allow them those moments and then see, what they want to do with it. And that's what now I know why you're so layered and why you're so deep and why you're so beautiful. So thank you for being willing to share that. Absolutely.
But that's Arpana. It's not Arpana. I always thought it was Arpana.
Yeah, I think I spelled my own name wrong, actually.
Okay. That's normal. That's normal. This happens. Let me change that. So it is.
This is my daughter, Arpana.
So it is Arpana, na? I can change it back to Arpana.
Yeah, you can change.
Because that's a new name. I had never heard that name before. I said, what? Interesting. This is what this show does to people. You don't realize what it does to people. They get their name wrong also.
Yeah, we can't spell our own name.
So I always say about my daughter, I say it to her all the time, that, she has my looks, the ones I wanted.
But Arpana, we went through that period when you were growing up in the college campus. Do you remember any of that time?
Yeah, I do actually. In Ohio?
No, in Illinois. When you
Illinois. Yeah, actually I do. So I have very young memories. I remember the layout of our apartment. And what I remember is listening to Disco Divani. Disco Divani. Like, and jumping on the couch as my parents were just doing their adult things. Whatever they were doing, having conversations, drinking tea, jumping from the couch, one couch to another, listening to some kind of Hindi disco.
She used to talk really young. She was only 1, and we used to have a tape that we lost, and she was saying, "Namaste, Baba, Namaste, Amma." It was so cute.
No, but Arpana, you, in terms of India and growing, living there, that period you won't remember. The earlier one, the first, that time she was too young. She must have gone later there. The first round would have, you were a few months old.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Then obviously that part. So you went later. Then you went later to India.
Yeah.
So when was the first time you went to India? How old were you?
You know, I don't really remember. I think probably like 8 years old.
Okay, so that's okay. Much later. Much later.
Yeah, I mean, we might have gone before then. No, actually, I think I was like 6 because Mom, when was Dee Dee's wedding? I remember Dee Dee's wedding.
Yes. We went
And
for
then,
we went for several weddings.
yeah, and I remember Diwali sometime. I think I was maybe 6. I mean, I can't remember specifically like one time or another. I just remember every time we would go, my cousins would chase me, and you know.
But
Just,
what do you remember of your mother at that time when you were growing up?
What do I remember of my mom? I mean, she was very attentive. I could always come to her for anything. You know, I could be talking about the most ridiculous things, and she would always look at me with these big, big blue eyes, like she was always interested in whatever I was saying. And then I relied on her a lot because even though she wasn't so integrated into the culture now looking back, but as a child, I thought, okay, Mom knows everything. She'll, you know, she teaches me everything. So,
I had you fooled.
yeah. Yeah.
But in terms of her, what she was going through in her marriage, I mean, whatever she went through, what she was telling us now, did you have any idea what's happening there?
No, I did because I saw a lot of it, the fighting and the arguing and my father's temper. But as a child, you know, this was my normal. You know, this was like normal for me. This was just how life was. So I didn't put a lot of thought into it, you know, what she was actually going through. I was very protective of her. So, you know, if they were having a fight, I would always, you know, my first thought would be, okay, I have to go protect my mother. So that's a kind of interesting feeling to have as a child, but yeah.
Not a good feeling to have.
No, not really.
Look, you're part of this episode. It's not that it's because it's evolution of Lisa Singh. It's also you as a daughter. You're part of that journey. So you'll also take us through that journey. But that's also
Yeah.
important. What you remember of those times. I mean, the good times that you spent together. What things we were doing together. You can tell us all that.
Yeah. I think I probably need a more specific question because this is not my really area of. I don't even know where to start, actually.
That's the whole idea of the question. You start wherever you want to.
Okay. So yeah, you know, like I said, this was my normal, and when I think back to my childhood and my parents and my father, I don't think I understood all the how unique our situation was. You know, I had parents from 2 different cultures, and this was in the 70s, which, you know, this was all very new. I think I felt really alienated when I was in my earlier childhood, especially growing up in the US. At one time we lived in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, and a lot of the kids weren't allowed to play with me because I was half Indian. And then things became a little bit better when we moved to Indonesia, because then I was in an international school with kids who were also multicultural and very similar to myself. And in that regard, with all these other kids who were like me, I felt sort of a new norm. You know, I felt more like I belonged there.
But what year was that? When did you people move to Indonesia? Because we haven't reached there. Right now, we've just got to
We
Atlanta.
haven't reached there.
Yeah, we just
We
gone
can
to
get
Atlanta.
there quickly.
I came along later. Yes. So that was when I was 8.
Okay, so we just about come to Atlanta. She's just about. I mean, they've just about reached there. They just got the swine flu, and now things are just about getting there.
He got to Atlanta, then he worked for the IRS. So, and he, of course, said that his boss told him they almost didn't hire him because he was Indian. And they were worried about him having to go talk to all the good old boys. And one of the things that he did in his job was drive around to all the small southern states and go to the courthouses. I know we would go to courthouses, and I would take Arpana with us. She came with us. My son Rajiv was born, Anil. Anil was born in Atlanta. So I was pregnant again. Next kid was born. But we took all the kids with us, and we would drive through these small towns, and I would sit outside with the kids, and he would go in the courthouse, or we would drive through, because part of his job at the IRS was to try to figure out how much oil they were pumping. And so we were like undercover. And he figured if he had the family with him, they'd never know that he was with the IRS. So they were undercover looking.
But how good an idea was to have an Indian as an undercover?
Yeah, right. Never suspected. His big thing is that he liked to hunt and fish. So I didn't tell you about, like, in Illinois. I mean, in Illinois, like, his big thing was hunting, and he would like hunt. He hunted pheasants. Like, there were pheasants in our backyard, and he took the gun and he shot them. But our friend Hari, he liked to clean them, because I didn't like to clean the animals, and he would clean them. So on our way down, he also liked fishing. So on our way down, whenever he would fish and he didn't have a license, he would say, "Oh yeah, here's my ID," and show his IRS badge, and they let him off. Like, that's not exactly legal.
So basically, he was at home then. It was like, this was like India for him. Show the card, get on with life. He made himself home there. What else you want? What else you want? So one he gets up.
Yeah, we did it all. That was fun. So that was it. That was like 2 years.
I'm just thinking that when he gets that card, which he calls a pilot's license, which no one believes it is a pilot license, and he uses his other card to get out of things. He's enjoying his life in America.
He didn't tell them not to let him out, but as soon as they saw the IRS thing, they got scared. Like, "Oh yes, you do whatever. Go ahead. No, we'll just give you a warning."
Okay, so now you want to straight away go to Indonesia. You don't want nothing else that you want.
No, I want to go to Wyoming.
Yeah.
Yes, we didn't go straight. We went from Atlanta to Wyoming, Casper, Wyoming. So we were in Atlanta for 2 years. And then he got the next higher up job at the Teapot Dome in Casper, Wyoming. Then, of course, we had to go through, they didn't trust his driver's license. They didn't want to, because he was a foreigner. And I think there were only 5 Indians in the whole town. And not all of them were, one was a Pakistani, but they're like, "Okay, we're close enough, you're Indian." And that was the whole Indian community in Casper, Wyoming. Otherwise, there was no, diversity at all in Casper, Wyoming. So we get to Casper, Wyoming, and we have all of our experiences. We used to have a Jeep. And in that Jeep, Arpana remembers, and we lined the back of the Jeep with like foam that's this thick, so the kids could bounce around in the back, and then we would drive up to the mountains and really find all of the backwoods places in the Jeep. And especially when there was a butte that goes up straight like that, we would take, when our friends came to visit, we would put them in the Jeep with the kids in the very back, because it had 2 seats in the back. And then we would get up to the top, and when you're just at the crest, the road is only wide enough for the Jeep. If you miss it, you can see all the cars that didn't make it down at the bottom, or vehicles. So, and he would stall the Jeep at the top, and our guests would be, they'd be so scared. And then we would get over the top and then go on, and the kids would be bouncing around in the back because we put all the foam. We had so much fun there. That was the best experience ever. You can't leave that out.
This is actually,
Rosalia wants to, one second, but I think Rosalia wants to go, so she wants to say bye.
Sorry, I have to go because it's Saturday, and I have to go check in on my parents. I really loved it. I'm so sorry to have to leave, Lisa.
Please,
Okay.
we watch it on YouTube later.
Yeah, I will. I will. It's such a pleasure to see everyone. Kathleen, you too. We miss you.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Have a great day.
It's like seeing old friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Anyhow, have a wonderful Saturday, everyone. And
Okay. Bye-bye.
I'll try to check in tomorrow morning,
yeah.
Vikram. But
Yeah.
Yeah, do.
I always have other obligations at church afterwards.
Come in for some time. Come in for some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was Wyoming. We did a lot of that. We also got left out in the middle of a lake that our boat capsized. Our boat capsized. Poor little Arpana and Raji and Anil were in the middle of this boat, and we had a little engine on this rubber boat, and the whole boat it didn't capsize, but the engine fell off, and the storm came up, and we were stuck in the middle of this lake in Wyoming, and nobody was around because nobody lives there.
No, but what is it now? Why are we in Wyoming? You moved there.
We moved to Wyoming. That was
on the way. So Anil has come in somewhere on the way.
Anil was born in Atlanta.
And Rajiv comes in?
Rajiv was born in Indonesia, so he's the next.
Okay, he hasn't come in. Okay, he hasn't come there yet. Okay. So
yeah, every time we move, we have a new addition.
Okay, so okay, so that was good for you. Moving was good for you.
That's right. Additions seem to be made during the move.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Suddenly on the way on the Wyoming journey, one kid is on the back, and a new kid is on the back.
And we took them with us wherever we went, even in the middle of a lake. And then we just had to pray that they made it through. I remember one of the stupidest things that I do not advise anybody do the things that we did. So this is a disclaimer. No one do the things that I did when I was young. And you see Arpana, she knows, right? So we went up to Wyoming. We go up to the mountains, and we were in the mountains, and we decided to take a walk. I think a mountain lion crossed our path. It was kind of cool seeing the mountain lion, like we were so excited. Anyway, we're walking on this path, and we get all the way around, and we decide that the walking back would take too long. So we decide that the straight road is to the car. So we start going straight, and we get into this place where obviously there was a crevasse. And there were all these stones, and we cross over the stones. And we taking Arpana and little little Anil, sorry. Poor Anil, he's going to get mad at me for getting his name wrong. Little Anil. And we cross over these stones. And after we get over, we drop a stone down, and we hear that we never heard the stone fall. And we're like, oh, maybe that was not a good idea. Maybe we should not have tried to cross these stones. Because if we had fallen, we would never have been heard from again. And this is not the only time we did it. There's another time in our history we did it. So anyway, that's our crazy life.
I'm trying to look for some pictures from that time. Did you send me pictures from that time?
No, I don't have any pictures. We didn't take pictures. My husband used to say, he used to say, why do we need pictures? We're enjoying the moment. We have the moments. We don't need the pictures.
Okay, let's see what pictures.
We were not big picture takers.
But Arpana, no one has any pictures.
But
anyway.
Arpana remembers crossing that crevasse, right, Arpana?
I don't remember crossing that, but this was a majority of my memories of childhood. Was both of my parents are pretty much crazy because we were always doing something like that. Whether Papa would say, okay, let's go to Yellowstone, or let's go to Yosemite National Park, and then some bison would be in the middle of the road, and our car can't pass, or they're taking me to an ashram on the back of a donkey, up, these mountains where there's only nothing beside us. And so this is how I
was
grew up,
Amarnath.
on the precipice of danger all the time.
But this is happening much later. This is happening much later. No, this is.
That was
No.
later when we went to Indonesia. That was, our Indonesian experience.
Oh, the ashram. Yeah.
Yeah, the ashram, that was not the ashram, that was Amarnath. That's where that was Amarnath.
But these pictures are when are these taken?
These are Indonesia.
Okay, so everything is in.
Let's just go to Indonesia.
I think let's just go there now.
Let's just go to Indonesia. Okay, it's just one adventure after the other. That's where things start happening. So we moved to Indonesia. That was our first, living in a different culture experience. And I remember the reason we wanted to move there is because he wanted to be able to visit India more often. And he said, if we live in Indonesia, then you get this benefit of vacation that's paid for because the company pays your way back to the US. So our plan was to always visit India. So then we used to visit India in that period quite often, right? So that's when I think my kids got most of their experience of India.
I'll just keep disappearing. I'll shut my video. I'll keep eating. Luckily, now I've got dinner right here. I don't have to wait till.
I hope it's good dinner.
It's good. Anything is good because I think my wife has given up on me. She said this guy is not going to end early. And so might as well give him dinner. So that's a good thing. It's a good sign.
That is a good sign.
Yeah.
So, okay. So
now you're in Jakarta. Let's just say not Indonesia, Jakarta. Yeah.
Jakarta. And that's where my son was born. Actually, when I went to Indonesia, so we sold everything in Wyoming and went to Indonesia. And I was about 7 months pregnant when we went. And so I suppose for some people that was a little strange, but I'm used to moving. So I moved to Indonesia 7 months pregnant. That was it. And then it was trying to figure out the culture there. And I remember I also decided to have my son born in Indonesia because I was like, I'm the baby, you can have them anywhere. Again, I don't recommend it because I did learn that was not a good decision.
Why was that?
Because someone else had done it and they had an issue with the child and they didn't have the right equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't always just assume that everything is going to be all right, which I always do, which is wrong. So I always tell people, don't do what I did. Think at the bigger picture, look at the bigger picture. Don't just go through it and do it. Don't do it. So, but yes, my son was born in Indonesia and we signed Arpana up. You saw one of those dance ones. We signed Arpana up for Indonesian dance lessons, Balinese dance. She learned Balinese dance. She still knows her dance.
Okay, so I think this is a good opportunity, Arpana. We need some entertainment now. So now the Indonesian dance has to happen. We break for that.
I don't think I could do it justice these days.
Look, this show needs some entertainment. We'll be okay with anything.
First two moves, Arpana, just the first two moves.
Okay, then let me put this off. Then are we going to get some? But let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. But let's have the look. Let's have a look at the picture now. Where is Indonesian?
Where is that
dance?
Indonesian? There it is. No, right after the ladies, right there. That's Arpana sitting on the floor with her friend.
Seriously?
There. So her friend and they took Balinese dance classes together.
But how
that
old?
Was the first thing we did.
But how old are you?
8.
8. Okay.
I think I was 8 or 9 years old there.
But now you remember. Now you remember things. You know what's happening.
Now my memory is much better.
And these were better times for you also. They were better times now that you've moved into a place where, like you said, international school, and you're feeling more at home.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I think that you needed that. That way, it's been good for you, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but now, but what is the situation now? Now I mean, you are yourself. But Lisa, all this period, you haven't been doing any work as such. You've just been looking after
No,
these
I've been
kids.
the house mother, housekeeper. But in Indonesia, we had household help, which made a huge difference in giving me freedom.
No, but no, up till now, because you've not been working and these kids are growing up and everything. But what was your plan? I mean, was this part of the plan, or you were now stuck in it?
I wish that I could say that I had a plan. I never had a plan.
Okay.
My whole life was always change and change that I didn't have control over. So I always lived every day as it came. If an opportunity came, we went with it. We didn't plan it out to see what was going to happen at the end.
So you weren't looking at. I mean, you were at that point of time. You were just part of it. Was just happening. Work wasn't. You working and using your degree and and all those things were not even.
I would have wanted to work, but because we were moving, I mean, after we moved to Atlanta, because I was working in Illinois before we moved to Atlanta, and my plan actually had been, I had a plan then. My plan was to go back to school and get a master's degree in urban development. That was what I wanted to do. But because we moved, that plan went floop. So, that's what I'm used to in life. I'm used to having a plan that doesn't work.
Okay, but okay. Now you're in Indonesia. You have a better life.
Now I'm in Indonesia. I have some help, and initially because Rajiv was born, so I was still, being the new mother. Although it was really nice to have household help, because whenever his diaper was, it was the first time in my life his diaper needed to be changed, and I'd hold him out and say, CT, can you change his diaper? And my household help would come and change his diaper. I was so totally spoiled.
Tell me,
But they were so wonderful with them. They used to carry Anil. He was so spoiled at 3 because he got carried all the time. And Rajiv, they were there for Rajiv, so it was a big help. I mean, the worst thing was when I came home from going to the hospital, because when I went to the hospital to have Rajiv, my husband said, oh, the children will miss you. So he used to drop the children off at the hospital room. And I had this big, huge hospital room with a little kitchen and a king size bed the room was this luxurious suite. And so we would drop the kids off so they wouldn't be lonely in the daytime. And I remember feeling like, oh, I need to get home where these kids can be not jumping on my bed while I'm trying to nurse the baby. It wasn't very sensitive. So I begged my doctor, let me go home. And I went home, and then I had to help with the children. So it was good. And then I got involved, and I learned how to play tennis. And I started playing tennis every morning at 6 o'clock. My routine was play tennis. I didn't like going to all of the coffee things that was required. I joined the singing group, so I became one of the singers in the choir, the American Women's Association singers. And we did shows for actually Suharto's wife at the palace, and we did shows for other people. I also met, I think one of the big things was because I was interested in culture. I met Barack Obama's mother, Anne Suharto, Annie. Anyway, I met her from the embassy, and she introduced me to a lot of activities. I mean, she really opened some doors for me. I had taken a interior decorating course, and then I joined the Museum Society. So the Museum Society was for me, I was not allowed to work as an expat, so I couldn't get a job. But what the Museum Society did was open up all of these opportunities to learn and explore. So I started taking these study groups, and in a study group, you have 10 people, and each person takes a topic in a subject, and then you research it and present a paper. So you should have at least 7 or 8 resources that you've read, and you present a professional paper like you would in your master's degree or something like that. And then you sit around and have tea and you discuss it. And for me, that was like opening up doors. I remember it was, you know, like she just like, it was, I was first started with art and culture of Bali. And one of the first things I read was when I read John Updike, and not John Updike, not John Updike, it was the anthropologist Turnbull, Colin Turnbull, that's it, now I remember. And he had written in one of the introductions of his books that there was this woman in New York and she was screaming out the window, and he said, that's life, that's what life is. And so for me, everything I wanted to study were the ordinary things. And in art and culture of Bali, it was Covarrubias. When Covarrubias first went to Bali, he was trying to be like, in those days, the anthropologists believed that you should observe and not be a part of culture. But then while he was observing a cockfight in Bali, the police came to arrest everyone because it's illegal, and he went and hid under the bridge. And when he hid under the bridge, all of the people around him laughed, and they included him because he was one of the people trying to run away from the police. And he noticed the difference in the way that he was received in that, and he changed the way he thought about being a part of culture meant being part of it, not changing it, but also, you know, acknowledging your part in it because you don't change it in any way. So those things, those readings that I got out of these classes I took, and then or study groups. So my first study group was art and culture of Bali. The next study group was Indonesian textiles, and that's where I wrote about Patola influence on Indian textiles. Indian Patola influence on Indonesian textiles. And I met, I remember I wanted to borrow, because Iwan Tirta, who was a famous batik designer, he had talked at one of our talks in the Women's Association, and I knew that he had a Patola fabric, and I wanted to borrow it from my talk. So I went to his office and I asked him, could I borrow it? And he said, hey, I need to write about this because the Indian government is doing a big expo with the Indonesian government on Patola influence in Indonesian textiles. So you write my book, and when you during your paper, and you know, and he paid me for that. So it became my first sort of contract job while I was in Indonesia. And so I wrote about Patola influence on Indonesian textiles.
Very nice. Where is that?
Patola. I can show you. My book is like, here's my Patola fabric. This fabric is like.
But this is the Indian one.
This is made in India. It's Indian fabric, but this one is bought in Indonesia. It's probably about 200 years old. 150 to 200 years old is the estimate.
But did you track the history behind it, how it reached there?
it reached there on the trade routes that people came from. What you had were mostly Parsis. What they used to do, trade routes are a huge influence in Asia and throughout. And when they arrived, this fabric was so dear that the sultans used to wear it they wore it under their cloth. And so when they wear kind of a cloth they wrap around their waist. And so they would wear this patola underneath that. And the whole thing is that the highest sultan never let anyone see this thing underneath his cloth. However, the lower lords would try to make it hang kind of as if to say, hey, I'm important. So they would arrange it so it would sort of peek out a little bit from their cloth to give them some kind of visibility. And I always remember that for me, that's a lesson in life. You know, the people that really have it, they're not going to show you they have it. But the people who are not quite there, they want to show it off a little bit.
True.
So I love that example. And my other example is also that in Indonesia, in Java, in the center of the village, there is a pendopo. That's where the community gathers, where they might have the wayang or something like that. And for me, it's also one of those sayings which I think influences my thinking. And that is that the pendopo, where everyone meets, has no walls.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, that's what it means. That's what it means to mediate. Let's not have walls.
So this was something that you think in some way was something that you felt was a good concept and you picked it up and you used it later. But at that time you were not looking at
no one said that. It was in this thing about pendopos. The whole thing was that the architectural book said the pendopo has no walls.
No, but at this point of time, the mediation is nowhere in the picture. Right now, you're just going through life.
Mediation comes in the picture in that after we leave Indonesia, well, later. So, so anyway, mostly Indonesia is all about.
But there is peace at home. There's peace at home.
No. I mean, our arguments or this were less. There was one point where I took the kids and we went to. There were two things. So we used to go to the islands. There was an island that the company had where we had a cottage. If you were in the management of the company, you got a cottage and someone to drive and skis and the whole 9 yards. And I remember, that he had been very angry with me and I was so angry. And he said, "You don't respect me." I said to him, "You can get my obedience, but you have to earn my respect."
Mm-hmm.
And I think that changed because after that, I think there was also one point I moved out to the hotel. I remember I spared no expense. I got 2 nice rooms at the Hilton Hotel. I was ready to leave, ready to call it quits. And then he called me back after a week. So that was it. I had my 1 week and it cost him a little money. So maybe after that, that was as close as we got.
No, but I'm thinking that Arpana is quite old at this point of time.
Yes, Arpana was a teenager. We were in Indonesia for 9 years. So she went to 9. So by the time she left, no, 8, maybe she was 8. By the time we left, she was about 17.
And the younger ones? I mean, Rajiv and Anil, how old are they now?
Anil was, he was about 10. He was 3. So he was 11. And Rajiv was 8 because he was born there, 8 or 9.
Okay. And how are they? I mean, they're okay with Indonesia. They're enjoying themselves.
For Anil and Rajiv, especially because we had a computer and we let them do whatever they could on the computer, because the cost of any software was the cost of a disk, which was like 50 cents, because it was pirated software. So we had all of the most sophisticated software for these kids to play with.
But what year is
about it because it was so cheap. This is all this is the 80s.
All what of the 80s. What computer do we have at this time?
Oh. I don't know. It cost $2,000. So I know it was an expensive computer.
No, they were expensive, but they were which ones?
They were expensive.
No, are we still at the
we had an
Commodore?
IBM or maybe an IBM.
Okay, this is not the Commodore 64 period. This is beyond that.
No.
Commodore 64 period. It's the Commodore 64 period. That basically
never had a Commodore 64 period. This was more modern computer.
Yeah, in 84.
Yeah. We had the at the beginning when they were just being offered.
Okay, so this was the.
So that was fortunate for them because they had that equipment and were able to learn, and because they had the software availability. I think if we had to buy it in the U.S., they never would have had access that they did. So I think that's why my sons are really good at the computer.
What do they do now?
They both work in technology. They're both programmers. So
you have to thank Indonesia for that. And
they have to thank
not Indonesia, piracy. They have to thank piracy for it. Yes. So you have to tell everyone, Microsoft and everyone, piracy is good for the kids.
It was great for the kids.
Exactly. So
we had all kinds of programs for them.
So are both of them going to go through that say yes to piracy movement or something? Tell them to start that.
Yeah.
So other kids also need the same support that they got. Okay. So now,
anyway, no, it's good. So we were in Indonesia for 9 years, 8 or 9 years, and we did a lot of traveling. We went to Switzerland. That's when we went to Amarnath. We went up the mountain to the ashram, Arvana calls it, but it wasn't the ashram, but she remembers that trip for sure. She remembers Switzerland, remembers Alaska. We went to Alaska. We were able to go to Mount McKinley. Our travels were extensive. We were always traveling around the world. We would stop in India, and then we would go on to Europe, then maybe come back, or we'd go on to the US, and we'd go one way across to the US and the other way back. So we did around the world tours on our vacation.
Wow.
That was great fun.
Wow.
Every year we did that. Every year we had that. Every year we went to India. Every year we went someplace else.
Then why did you want to come back?
I never wanted to leave. I had the best life. But he was miserable in his job. Because he didn't feel like, he felt like there were things going on within the oil business that he didn't like. He didn't like working that job. And he wanted to trade commodities. He liked the commodities market. He continued to do his commodity trading while we lived. He started that in Wyoming, and they continued that in Indonesia. So he thought he would just want to do trade commodities.
Okay. So you're back in the US?
So we're making it back to the US because I don't want to do another one either. Otherwise I could talk for all the experiences because they're rich. So we're back in the US. I made a name in Indonesia. Actually, he was known as Lisa's husband.
Wow.
Poor guy.
Good.
because I was really active in the community. People also hired me on the side to do cultural adjustment training. So that was something that I was doing on the side. So I had a lot of good, rich experiences in that and in learning and then in traveling. So all of that was good.
Which have helped as you go on into work or whatever you've done in your mediation. They must have helped a lot.
It has helped a lot. I learned so much. I mean, like I said, I was fortunate. We lived across from the Japanese ambassador. We were invited to their house when they did their housewarming. And we saw, so all of the diplomats we were used to having regular, that was huge because you learn that people are people and it doesn't matter. And so for me, that was a good experience as well. That helped also to be able to have that. My negative was I saw most people started to think because they were living there at that level like we were and they had access, that they started thinking they were important. Like, no, you're not important. I'm sorry. It doesn't change us. It shouldn't, you know, you are who you are. And
Yep.
so those are the negative things that I learned while I was there. And those memories they're very dear. I loved Indonesia. Indonesia was like, for me, one of the most favorite places for me to live. It took me and I was just breaking through. It took me 8 years of I learned Bahasa Indonesia and getting Indonesians to accept me as part of the community. That took me 8 years to do. And I was just at that place where they were starting to invite me. I was the master of ceremonies for one of the Christmas shows, and because my Indonesian was good, and they invited me for that and for other events. And it took a long time to get the respect that I could get there. So I don't want to go too soon because I think at least that should be mentioned because I worked really hard on it.
Yeah.
The biggest problem was when I was speaking Indonesian with an Indonesian and I have a Canadian in the room. I had to struggle between trying to switch my personality because you have a different personality in one language. Elon would know this than you have when you're speaking another language. And sometimes it takes a little bit of art to be able to switch the two.
Okay. So, but now, where are we in the US? Where have we landed up?
So in the U.S., so his job came to an end. The company wanted to let go of people, and rather than most people did was, you know, when one job ended, they did another job. But he was tired of the way that they were operating, so we went home. And then we went to Eugene, Oregon. We were there for 3 months, but we decided we didn't feel comfortable there. Then we drove to Wyoming because we still had a house in Wyoming. Well, we didn't want to live there again because of the winds were not pleasant. So then we drove down south, and the story that we come up with is that we ran out of gas in Boulder, Colorado. So we stayed in Boulder, Colorado. We rented a house. And he traded commodities for the next, say, 9 months. And then we had quite a bit of savings because you live at that rate. We lived quite comfortably. But then one day was a black October, and he lost all of our money. And so, in the commodities market. And so I think we struggled with the next 4 or 5 months to pay the bills. I think I sold some things that we had brought back from Indonesia, and we managed to make it through. And then just before Arpana finished with high school, so we weren't there, we were there maybe a year and a half. Just before she was to graduate from high school, we had to move in our friend's basement because we ran out of money. So we moved in their basement. We had we had carpets that we had bought, and we put the carpets on the floor in their basement. Their basement was not finished in their basement. And we kind of moved our stuff down there and our sleeping bags on top of our carpets. And he was from South India. It was such a sweet family. But he had very strict rules about water because he grew up in South India where you don't waste water. So he didn't believe in using the washing machine. They hand washed all their clothing and hung them out to dry. And then he had a strict rule for us for the shower. You turn on the shower quickly, wash yourself, then turn off the water and then turn it back on and rinse yourself and get out of there. That was our experience in living in his basement. It was, they were just such a sweet couple, and we were lucky that they let us stay for a couple of months. Then we headed back to stay with my mom and my brother-in-law, who had a law practice by now in Atlanta. Remember, he moved with us to Atlanta. So he went to school there to get his LLM and had his law practice in Atlanta. So we lived between my mother and my brother-in-law, but the oil business again was at a low. So the question was, no one was hiring in the oil business. And that's really why he came back, because the oil was at a very low, I think it was around $20 a barrel, really low. And it needed to be above 25 to make hiring at least a thought, and really closer to 50 to make it even more likely. So he wasn't getting a job in that, and he decided that, well, I have this other degree in environmental engineering. So the trick was to bring his environmental engineering up to speed and to get hired in the environmental field. And then, so we used to go, because in those days, we didn't have the pleasure of looking up jobs on the internet. We had to go to the library, find newspapers from all over the different cities, and look in the help wanted section of the newspapers, and then apply the long distance way by regular snail mail. And he got finally hired in Cincinnati at this company for an environmental project at the Air Force Base in Dayton, but he was in Cincinnati. And the fun thing was, he was a couple months on the job, and he came home, he said, they think I'm the big expert. And he had just reread the books because he had been out of the field for a while, and he had to reacquaint himself with that. And still I'm not working, but
that's what I was getting at.
Still I'm not working. Anyway, he got from there, he did so well in the project that he took a losing project to a money-making project. So they headhunted him up to Dayton. That's how we ended up in Dayton. And I remember we had a visit from Pitaji. Pitaji came to visit us. This was the last time I saw Pitaji. And he came to visit us in Cincinnati. And right when we took the job in Dayton, he said, you're going to move to Beaver Creek. So that's why we even moved to that area, because Pitaji had decided that's where we would move. And Pitaji and he had a big fight. He had such a big fight with Pitaji. And I remember at that point, I had learned enough culture that my mother-in-law was so happy with me. She told me I was, of all the children, I don't think this is true, but she said, of all her daughter-in-laws, I was the best grihasta. So grihasta means homemaker. And it wasn't because I was a cleaning person, because my house was definitely messy, not really clean. But I think she meant that I was the best at keeping the household together and people together. And that was such a compliment. And I remember he and Pitaji had such a big fight. And I felt like, okay, I didn't take sides in it. And I took care of Pitaji and Amma, even though they were mad and they were leaving. But I took care of them. And I remember Pitaji said to me, you should be on his side or something like that. And I thought, why? Why do I have to take sides? I don't have to take any side in this. You know, I'm just going to do that, take care of him. And they made up before he left, so that was okay. But when he left and I went to touch his feet, so the custom is whenever Pitaji came, I always touch his feet. And I went to touch Pitaji's feet, and usually when you touch someone's feet, this for other people, people give you a blessing. So it's more of this gesture, which is a blessing. But Pitaji didn't do that. Instead, he gave me a pranam. And I took that as the biggest compliment that I've ever gotten in my life, that he had given me not the blessing, but a pranam, you can explain it better, Vikram.
Oh, no. You'll have to explain. I mean,
so for me, that means like it's as if you are saluting somebody. I mean, not really a salute, but it is like it means
give some respect, a certain respect for the person. That take it as that. Take it as that.
Yeah, and so coming from a father-in-law, that's a huge thing. From someone that so that was the last time I saw him on Pitaji. We moved to Dayton, Ohio, and at that point, Arpana was in college, and Arpana was in college, and then Anil was in high school, and Rajiv was in junior high. They were still young. And he did really well in his job. He was doing really, really well. At this point, I was thinking now that the children are getting older, I want to do something. So I was starting to explore what I can do in life. We had what was called the free net there. It was one of the early accesses to the internet. Internet was just being born in those days. And we joined we used to have the dial-up where it went.
Those modems, yeah, dial-in modems. Yeah. But what year is this for you?
This was in 1992 or 3. So and so we were in Dayton, and kids were getting older. So now actually, I'm just going to skip to 1995. And he'd been working there for about a year and a half, doing really well. Nothing really exciting to report, except the internet time. So I had built up a network of people who never saw each other, but we had discussions on the internet. It was the first time where I had reached out beyond that, because I didn't like living in boxes. I wanted something more. And we had a group of people that I used to meet with that we reached out to. And that's when I started writing poetry, because somebody challenged me to say what I really believed. So I started writing poetry. And
you remember any of that? Would you remember? I'm sure you remember some of them.
I can recite one, because for me, this also is, it's valid, but okay. They're easy for me to reach as soon as I find the right button to push. So what we used to have a lot of discussions, and I'm going to talk while I'm looking it up. And what we used to say is someone challenged us also with, why don't we meet each other? Because this was like so new for people to be on, and we were typing, we didn't have pictures, we didn't know who anyone was. So some man called Ed Terranova wanted us to meet in person. So we would have what we called BYOBs, which does not mean bring your own bottle, or bring your own, whatever it means, bring your own body.
Wow.
The joke was, that we don't know what's behind because we didn't get to see each other. So all we had was a name. So we're like, okay, don't bring somebody else's body. We want to know who is that real person there. We want to see that person. And so that was always our joke, bring your own body. We had one young woman who was 16, who was writing all these wonderful things. And we had, on the other end of it, we had an author who was actually quite well known in Ohio, and he had had a stroke, and he was in his 70s or 80s. So this is the range of people that used to meet in these forums. And to me, I loved it because it was equalizing, that people who never would have been friends were all of a sudden friends and talking. And so when we had our BYOBs, they were really fun with all the different diverse voices we had. Somebody from Malaysia, somebody from US, somebody conservative, it was so wonderful to have all of that.
But I'm actually interested in those poems, because I'm just thinking all these years, what you've gone through, there's a release in terms of a poem. Would really be interesting to see what comes out.
Yes, well, we are going to get to a serious segment, and then so I have to find the right poems.
Ilan was saying his battery is going to run out.
Oh,
How much battery is left,
Ilan,
Ilan?
we're getting to a serious moment.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a break and come back?
What? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
I
can
can hear you.
Oh, great. So yeah, I'm walking back. I'm almost home, so I'll just jump back on when I get home.
Okay.
We could take a quick break and I can look for the poem and then come back. Does anybody want to take like a 10-minute break or something?
Well,
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, whatever. Like, don't do it on my behalf. My battery will probably last a little bit longer, so you can carry on. But yeah, it might run out just before I get home.
No issue. We'll wait for you. You'll come back with your charger phone.
Okay, I'll be home quite soon.
Yeah.
But I'm really enjoying it.
We'll give everybody 5 or 10 minutes. That way I can find this poem.
Okay.
Look,
I was like, this is so terrible to be looking for a poem while you all are on here.
look,
I have
once
hundreds of them.
We want to see that point of time when that release is happening through your poems. It should be interesting. But you can multitask. You can keep talking and you can keep looking for it. So now you have this interaction with people from all over the world. And what are these discussions about?
So here's one of the poems that I wrote in that time, and it has to do with, for me, how I think things are. It also relates to mediation. I call it painting with the soul, and I read this to a lot of people. It is about when you're interpreting somebody else's message, whether it's painting, even in mediation. What does it mean to paint with the soul? To bring something from within, to stand on a canvas alone, transfigured, transformed, yet solid from an inner sphere. Burnt sienna hues and charcoal, black, white, amber, stirring up emotion, creating textures like thoughts, weaving from the unreal to the almost real, a Virginia reel of spirit and brush and paint, interweaving a song What does it mean to paint with the soul? As I paint these words in my own colors, to dance with the colors of your mind, pictures like snapshots in form and abstract, seconds of my thoughts, crossing boundaries, forging mountains, landing in unknown territory to be recreated in your image, art, the creation of me within you.
Clap. I'm clapping here. Okay?
And then, then I had written this one, naked. I was naked in the living room, waiting for you to see me, but you kept looking out the door. Somehow it wasn't enough for me to be there, so bare and so free. And when you turned away, at first my heart was broken, but then I picked up the pieces and naked, left alone. That really is about me expressing myself. Naked means being yourself.
But this is happening at which point of time? When have these been written?
This was happening. This is what I started writing before, while I was in Dayton. I was starting to express myself through poems. I called it actually vertical writing, not poetry. Because I wrote it down a line, so it's vertical writing. It doesn't rhyme. I don't know if it has a rhythm, but it is what it is. And I did that. And then, so at this time, I was ready to make a change. I was ready for a huge change. But then my husband, there was something I think I had told a friend also, that I feel like something is wrong with him. And so as it turns out, he got cancer. And so I knew that, I knew that it was bad, even though everything was there. And so this beautiful life was coming to an end. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And he had 6 weeks. Actually, there was 6 weeks from the diagnosis of his illness to his death. So it was very quick, actually. There was practically no symptoms until he had a pain in his leg. And then his whole stomach had to be drained of fluid because he got fluid in his stomach. And he came home. We used hospice, and we set up a hospital bed in the basement. And I put a mat in front of his bed. And we had a lot of laughter. We liked that because he was quoting Khalil Gibran, because Arpana, of course, she left, but she was reading Khalil Gibran, and he read it very quickly. He also read very quickly. And he used to quote it as he was dying. Or even this famous saying from Kabir, this one, where when I was born, everyone was laughing, but I was crying. And when I died, everyone was crying, but I was laughing because I was free. And these are the things that he was talking about. The nurses used to come to his room to listen to his wisdom, because he had a lot of wisdom as he was dying. He would quote those things. He would say things to us like, it was as if he was talking to someone on the edge of the room. And actually, there's somebody who is studying death lately that will talk about that. And he would say, you open one door and something happens. You open another door, something happens. And so he would like in between those times where he was sleeping, he would come back and tell us what he was experiencing. And he said it was like watching different movies, and he would watch like lots of different movies. And he was always, I mean, the really wonderful thing is that he was always able to be in the moment whenever we needed him. And I remember the day before he died, the nurse came, and he was very weak at that point. And she said 2 days before he died, his blood pressure was very low, so low, it was practically nothing. And he said, so what does that mean? Like, you know, he kept saying, I'm an engineer. I should figure out how I can keep living. He kept thinking his brain would solve this problem of death. You know, if only he could just figure it out, he would figure it out, and then it would all be over, and he could make it work. And then he would say, well, I don't know how we can do this. And he would keep talking about it. And then the nurse came and he said, well, the blood pressure is that low. So what does that mean? I want to know, you know, like how much exactly time is left. He wanted to measure it exactly like an engineer would. And she said, oh, Mr. Singh, you know, some people live with no blood pressure for weeks. He said, okay, well, you know, that's all right. And then the next, so then she was also having trouble getting him his, he had a drip for his medicine. She was having trouble getting it in. And he said to her, like such a sweet voice, he said, can I help you? And she said, Mr. Singh, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Like, that he could be so in the moment and wonder about her, helping her when he was on his last days of life.
But Lisa, you have to tell us what you were going through. The first day that you were told that he has that, and whatever time he has, whatever 6 weeks or whatever they must have told you. What are you going through now through this period?
No, I tend to, you know, like the car accident, I tend to stay in the moment during moments of severe, because this is something tough. I can't fall apart because I have to be there for him. I have to be, if I start to fall apart, how would that help? So I have to be in the moment and with him, keeping humor, keeping laughter in the room, keeping positivity in the room is my role. And
no, that's the outside. That's the outside, Lisa. I'm sure, but inside, I'm sure. I mean, you don't even understand what's happening. I'm sure. What are you going through?
But in the inside, I put that aside, like I do as a mediator. That's to feel later. I don't feel in the moment. When I need to be in the moment, I need to be in the moment. I can't feel. All right. I mean, I'm feeling, but I'm not letting myself experience it because I need to be in that moment. And you know, like I know he said to me, and Arpana had written all these things down that he had said, but at one point he put his hand on my cheek and he said he wanted me to remarry. And he said, he actually said to me, next life I'm going to be more sober. Which meant he's not going to have such a bad temper in his next life. It's like a sweet thing. And then he said, I want you to get remarried, but find somebody very gentle. That's what he said. And those were his instructions to me. He said, it's going to be the hardest on you, because he knew that it'll be the hardest on me. And so it was, you know, but like I said, I didn't feel for the moment. My thing is, I like to try to have everyone around me feeling comfortable to help me feel comfortable. And so I often will use, you know, a little bit of humor. And for me, it was so important to be there because when he passed away, when he died, it was very violent. It's not a pleasant, cancer is not a pleasant death. It's not something that, you know, is pleasant to experience. someone going through. And especially every doctors know that this particular cancer is one of those where the death is not, it's not like you pass away in your sleep, and he didn't let himself not be present at any moment. I mean, the morning he died, we knew that it was because by that time he had given, it's like we weren't acknowledged in the family. So he knew that he had let us go. But Amman Pitaji called that morning from India, and he was right there, as if, nothing was going on, as if, and he was right there ready to talk to them. And I mean, can you imagine how strong you have to be able to switch from English to Hindi in 2 seconds? Like, that's a huge presence when you're dying and you're in that state. And he could do that. He could just be there. And he was there, and he talked to Amman Pitaji just hours before he passed away. And his brother arrived. He talked to him. And it was really good that he was able to talk to them before he died and have that moment with them. And then I slept by his bed. I never left his bedside. I stayed, like I said, I had a little mat on the floor, and I stayed on the floor with him, always being present while he was there, and not letting that moment go, so that, I was always there. I used to be like, he would try to get up and walk around. No, you need to sit down. What if I can't? This one time, he walked into the living room. I'm like, but what if you fall and I can't carry you? And he laughed at me, and he said, no, I will help you. So he always thought about us in all of those last moments.
No, but Shilpa was listening to, watching it on YouTube. So she made some comment there. So I asked her to join us. Why was he making? Shilpa, you can.
Yes. Lisa, it was, I really, in the beginning, I was impressed, and I was really feeling that you are playing with words beautifully. But then once you started with the second part of your husband's illness, I was really taken back, and I really, really felt very much empathetic. I mean, how much you must have gone through, that pain, that grief, I really can understand. Must be a really hard time, because at one point of time you were really enjoying your lives, beautiful life, and suddenly it's really shocking. I'm very sorry.
Yes, it was. It still is. I thought I'll get through this without tears, but I feel them coming on. And for me, though, it was so important, because I remember that when they came to take his body, I had to be in the room. I had to watch it, because here they take the body to the morgue. You can't have it at home. We had Indonesian friends, very, very good friends, who was a captain in the Air Force. I had the international community, the Japanese women, and all of them were bringing me food while he was going through this, because I was part of this group. I remember they were so shocked that his body was being taken away, and I had to tell them, no, it's okay. That's the way it is. But I had to see it, had to see them close the body bag. And one of the people were like, is this the wife? They, as if maybe there was something wrong with me because I wasn't breaking down. But I don't break down in the moment. I break down later when nobody is looking. When I'm alone, I let myself break down, but not when I'm with people. It's part of that who I am, that moment is, I need to be there, because that way I can make sure that he's okay, he's well taken care of. I have to see that. And so that was important for me.
But I'm just thinking, Lisa, I'm just thinking that the fact that you know this person is going to go away and you've lived those months like that, what are you going through? I mean, how are you accepting it in your mind? What is really happening then?
My mind at that time was more about making sure that he was comfortable and having the best experience, and not about me, because it's not about me. I have to accept, if this is what our fate is, this is what you accept, and you go through it in the moment. I don't have a choice in that matter.
But does
It is
spirituality
what
come in
it
at that?
is. It is what it is. I don't have control. You know, I mean, I wish I had control, but I wish I could wave that and say it's not. So
No,
you
what keeps
have
a
to
person
accept
together at
it.
that? What keeps you together? I mean, is it just the fact that you're going through that moment in that moment, so you're not thinking about it, or spirituality comes in, or something else comes in? What really keeps you going?
There is that inner, you have, I don't know. I mean, there's an acceptance. Like I said, if you know that fate is fate and you have to accept it, then you make the best of every moment, and you look at whatever it is you have, the gifts you've been given, like all the little things that he was telling us. So we would say, oh, we said to him, well, are you reviewing your life? And he would laugh and he would say, well, I don't want to alarm you, but yes, I am going through my life. So those, things that happen when you're dying were happen. And he was able to tell us those things. Those are gifts. Like, we are getting gifts from the beyond, and if we don't allow those gifts in, even in our own pain, we need to be open to it. So even in your pain, you have to be open to whatever there is in that moment, that, and we don't have any choice, I think.
Well, I'm just thinking that must be, it's quite a whatever strange, funny position to be in, that you don't have that control over anything. You know you don't have control, and you have to accept it also. It must be quite a
Do we really have control over anything in our life?
can't
We
say.
only want to think that we do. We don't have, we can do what we're supposed to do, and then we have to let go of, it's a grace. So we have to let go of that. We can only take it, when I didn't tell you this, but The Little Prince was a book that my husband, when I first met him, he used that book to talk about himself and who he was. And in that, he used the prayer that's often used for Alcoholics Anonymous. Maybe you know it, Kathleen.
Why did Kathleen know this?
No, because it's an American thing, not because
Okay, Kathleen. Maybe that part we missed
I'm
out of our
not
life.
making any implication. I'm not making any implication, but I know she's in the field.
No, I'm just thinking, what did I miss out on? I missed out on one part of Kathleen's life.
No.
Lisa knows. Lisa knows.
It is God grant me
The serenity.
Serenity to accept the things I cannot, control, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Know the difference. Yes.
And he quoted that from the beginning and always through his life. And that is what you hold on to, that I know there are some things I can control, but some things I can't. And that acceptance is so important.
I'm hearing you say, Lisa, that you held the space for your husband. You were responsible for the duties that you had to do. You wanted to do them well. He's your beloved. And you also knew that things from spirit, talk about vertical poetry. You were getting vertical poetry from the heavens down to your husband, and then you logged it. And I get that. Vikram, I don't understand all of that, but for me, when I hold the space, I just have a job to do, and I want to do it well. And I think that's what I heard Lisa saying as well. And then when it's over, then I fall apart. And that's good, because while I was doing the job, you know, we do have the power of how we respond to things. So the quality of response, I'm hearing Lisa did that in a stellar fashion. And when it's over, yeah, you do fall apart and blubber and all that stuff. But you also have the memory.
Hold it together. Yeah, I had to hold it together also through the funeral. So I had to arrange a funeral. This is very different, because we had very close Indonesian friends. He was the manager in the US office. And I had to make sure that the funeral was done in accordance with the way that my family would want it done. So it meant that I had to manage 3 cultures in the funeral, and I had to make sure that all 3, and no one else could do that. Even his brother would have thought only in one direction. I'm the only person who would have thought in 3 directions. So making sure that each one of those people were able to say goodbye in the fashion that was according to their culture. So we held that we decided to cremate him, of course, you know, and we held the funeral, and my son did all of the because he was the oldest, and that's the tradition. We had the pundit there with the fire, a little tiny fire in the funeral home. At least they know what they're doing, you know, they know how to accommodate it. And but then after the cremation, we had not a viewing, but something for his American the people who worked for him, so that it was all managed. And one of the things as aspects of me, I'm sure people thought, you know, what's wrong with her because she's laughing and smiling. But the only way I can handle not falling apart is not let anybody else fall apart.
No, but what about the children? What about the kids?
And laughter to make people more comfortable, so that I won't feel sad. It was a really, you know, so they probably thought, oh, here she is laughing. I was greeting everybody, making them feel comfortable, working it. And I remember my family had come, everyone had come, and they had come for that moment, and everything was okay. And I had been getting all that food from the Indonesian women or something. I mean, not Indonesian, the international women. So I told all the company people, no, I've got food covered. Don't worry about food. Don't bring anything, you know, because tradition in the US is people keep sending food to your house for a couple of weeks, and so that you never have to worry about food. And I told everybody, no, it's already done. So then I sent everyone away. I think the day after the funeral, I told my family, go home. And I remember sitting in the chair. We bought this chair for him, so he would lounge chair, so he would feel comfortable. I sat on the chair and I didn't want to move. I did not want to get out of the chair. I just wanted everything to go away. And unfortunately, the food didn't show up because the international people, the Japanese people, thought it was not right to send food to us after the person had died. I missed the cultural thing. So no food showed up, and my kids were hungry. I had 2 kids upstairs. I didn't have the luxury of really falling apart the way I wanted. I had to go out and get food for them. I went to a Chinese restaurant and picked up food to come home.
No, but I'm telling Lisa, in this whole thing, we haven't seen what did the children go through? What were they? I mean, how were you explaining things to them? What was happening there?
Arpana, and maybe it's good that she left, because I think this would have been too hard for her. She was with me in the room when he died, and it has always been something very difficult for her to talk about. Anil and Rajiv decided that they did not want to come and be there for the moment of death, and that was fine. I think that everyone has to handle it the way that they handle it. And my belief is you let everybody process the way that they do. It was harder. I mean, the moment was, it must have been really hard for Anil, because being a young man, and he had to do all of the ritual. And then there was that part because, of course, you can't knock open the skull. Okay, for viewers, that's a tradition that the son is supposed to break the skull after it's, burned. But in the US, what they did was this Anil would push the button of the crematorium to take the body through the crematorium, and that would be equivalent. But my family felt that it was very important that Arpana be part of it, and that it not be sons only, but that daughters were included as equals to the sons. And so they formed a chain, Anil at the front, and then the rest of the children in a chain to push the button to take the body into the crematorium. That was important.
But it must be tough for the kids. I mean, to see that happening in front of them, the whole. I don't know. Again, the same thing. How do you explain to them? But
You just be honest.
but how old were they at that time?
Anil was 16. He was. It was really hard for him. Rajiv, it was hard for him, but it was hardest for Anil because at that 16 age is very tender, and he was becoming the man. So for the rest of the time, it was for the year or two after, I was trying to work with Anil. We had problems with him speeding in the car because he would use driving fast as a way to handle some of his feelings. What I did with him was I arranged for him to learn how to skydive. I don't know if I have pictures of that, but I let him go skydiving. Let him jump out of an airplane because I felt like this is a good way of, it's a dangerous thing, but it's a healthy way to handle how you're feeling and get some of that emotion out through that experience of falling out of an airplane. That sounds crazy. And I bought a dog. That was another thing I did. I bought a little puppy because I wanted the children to have something to take care of that they were bringing back to life so that they could, instead of thinking only about something they lost, that they could be engaged in bringing something to life and raising it. So we bought a dog. I know these are funny little things that I did. Other things I used to do, I used to buy toys at Christmas that we all had to blow bubbles, like I had a rule that we all had to blow bubbles. Okay, you can say something now.
No, I'm just thinking of that situation, and I'm just thinking of these kids. I mean, of course, we can't ask them, but I'm just thinking for them, it must have been really tough. Because we don't really know what's happening. I mean, 6 months, if it's a very short period in that sense. So then now, okay, so now, what do you do after this?
So my thing was, I had decided that, okay, that we had been through this hard time, with him losing money and finally getting a job, and we were just getting back on our feet. And so I took the insurance money because he said, buy a house. So I had decided to buy a house. And so the first thing I did was buy a house, and I decided to stay in the area because I wanted them to have continuity. I wanted them to have a sense of being in a place and not move around, because I could have moved anywhere. But if I did, I would have taken them away from they already had friends, the only friends they had, and that was the support. I had the internet group who were helping me. So thankful that I had that internet group, like that BYOB group came and helped me clean the house, and they helped me and took me out places and kept me busy during that. People I never knew before, they were there and to my rescue. And I had a place to talk about it. I used that internet and my vertical writing to talk about death and how I felt. So that's how I handled some of that. I didn't read the saddest ones. So there are some really very sad poems there.
You want to take us through there or not? You want to?
No, I don't know if let me see. Let me see if I have one of those. I'm not going to go searching forever. I think I saw one.
But Shilpa feels your positive energy helped you.
I don't know. I just made it.
I wanted to say something. It is in Hindi. When you were speaking, I was again and again remembering one song from a movie, Earth. तुम इतना जो मुस्कुरा रहे हो क्या गम है जिसको छुपा रहे हो. Because the way she was saying it and the way she was talking, I could feel that how much pain is that inside, and the way she was expressing the face.
You can translate that, Shilpa. You can translate that for her.
Yes. See, it means that you are trying to smile. You are just trying to smile, but lot of pain, grief is there inside, which you are hiding it.
Basically, what it's saying is that you're smiling so much. What is the sorrow that you're trying to hide? That is what it says.
Yeah.
So that's your way to cope. That's your coping mechanism.
That's my coping mechanism. It definitely is. And I'm fine with it. So here's one that I wrote. I saw you struggling with life, trying to breathe before sinking in the quicksand of your mind. I recognized the emptiness, hollow shapes like shadows, screaming through words, creating forms of thoughtlessness. And I reached out, blowing you a kiss, to wipe away the boo-boos, make it all better. I sang lullabies from 7th Street, pushed the buttons for the elevator to the top. I thought it would all be all right in time. But just when the sun seemed to peek through indelible clouds of dusty memories, you coughed, sinking the Titanic into the gloom of cold waters, and I knew no fight but flight. I cannot take away the shadows that keep you warm at night, the embers that burn in your silent fires, anger that keeps you alive and kills the within, the self, and others who care. I do not dare. I don't know what I was writing that about, but something like that. But anyway, those kind of sad poems.
But this is happening in different periods. When was this written?
This was afterwards. So maybe something had happened and it's partially him and partially something else. It's a blend of a lot of emotions.
So in any case, these things would have hit you much later. Just, I mean, just the fact that at that point of time, you had to go through what you had to go through.
It doesn't, it takes years. I lived for years. It took years to go moving out of debt. But at the same time, I was very active. So, I knew I have to, now I have to find a profession. I have been a housewife all of these years. I have great volunteer experience, which got on my resume. I wrote about Patola influence in Indonesian textiles or whatever else all of that was in Indonesia. That got on my resume, but I needed to go back to school. That was what I had decided to do. I'm going back to school. This is when I became a mediator. Now we're finally getting to be a mediator.
That's it. Then our job's done. Finished. Evolution happened.
Good. Let's go. Done.
now we can all go home. So then where did it start? How did you start then?
So I had decided that I needed to be a mediator, not a mediator. I needed to get a profession. I was looking into what am I going to do next. I need to. So
But
it's
what year
happened.
is this? What year is this?
It was 1996, 95.
Okay.
So I was listening to the radio, and there was a woman. And one of the things that I had done, and I didn't mention, like I have this big thing about circles. And if you came to the spirituality session, you would have known about it. But anyway, never mind. I also had a group of Native American friends that I had made. They came to the funeral as well. And that I had been dancing in powwow. So I had discovered the powwow. And so one of the friends that I had made from that connection was a woman named Ruth Yellowhawk. And she used to be on public radio, and she had a radio show, a discussion radio show in the US on public radio. And she was interviewing a man called Sulil Bushrui. And Sulil Bushrui was a Baha'i, and he had studied poetry. And it just so happens that he was talking and quoting because he had just written a book on Khalil Gibran.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that my husband was quoting it in his death, and this man is quoting it on the radio. And beautifully, because he was so fascinating and he could pull up poetry at any moment and recite it. I wish I had that ability. And so Sulil Bushrui reciting that, I thought, oh, he's so interesting. So I called up Ruth Yellowhawk. Nice thing about it, when you know somebody in the radio, you call them up. And I said, who was that man you were interviewing? He was so fascinating. And she said, oh, he is the son of Jim Malarkey. And Jim Malarkey, and I'm like, who is Jim Malarkey? I have no clue. Jim Malarkey is the head of the Department of Intercultural Communication. And I was struggling with, should I study intercultural communication or should I study conflict resolution? Those were the two programs that Antioch offered. So here's this man staying, who is the father-in-law of the head of the Department of Intercultural Communication. So I called him up. I said, you know, I really want to meet your father-in-law. They invited me over for tea, and the most wonderful tea. I took Arpana with me. We had tea. He recited Wordsworth and I don't know what other poetry and went through it. And I said, okay, it's meant to be. I'm studying intercultural communication, still not conflict resolution, intercultural communication. And I decided I was going to be a trainer of culture and switching cultures. So I signed up for the program at Antioch. And I went for the program at Antioch. And in the first year, we had the way that it worked in Antioch is you do a lot of the studying on your own, but you go for a 6-week session and you stay in a dorm and, you know, you're on site for, I think, 6 weeks out of the year. The problem that, especially in the intercultural field, is that in studying it, you're often challenging people's identity. And that surfaces conflict. That's the study of culture itself surfaces conflict. And so one of the women in our group was going through a lot of conflict, and she especially targeted me. I was like, oh, she's gonna say things to me. And I was already not in the best state of mind for handling somebody else's conflict. Come to think of it. So I remember that I decided at that point that I felt like if I'm going to be in this field, I need skills in conflict resolution. And another friend came to me and said, you know what? You should get conflict resolution training. The Dayton Mediation Center gives free mediation training. All you have to do is volunteer there 1 day a month for a year. Like, free works for me. I don't have a whole lot of money. I'm just, figuring things out. So I volunteered at the day. I mean, I took the training in 1995 or 6 in mediation at the Dayton Mediation Center and became a mediator while I was studying intercultural communication.
But why have you missed it out on the LinkedIn profile?
What?
This Dayton, the mediation center, is not mentioned here.
It should be mentioned someplace.
Okay, maybe.
I worked for them since 1990. They trained me in 1996. I stayed with them. I started writing their grants. The procession of me, I started writing their grants because I had learned to be a grant writer for the Native American Association. And so I had this grant writing skill that I could bring to them. And having been an English major and all of the other things I had in the past, it just seemed like I can write grants. So I became their grant writer. Then I started developing their programs and recommending different programs. I was usually about 5 years ahead of everybody else because I was ready to adopt something new before everyone else was. So I learned to take my time a little bit and let people catch up with me. But at the Mediation Center, the first training I took was facilitative, and we switched over to transformative. I'm not going to mention what those are because, some people don't like that word.
Yes, absolutely. No, we don't want training in mediation. We want to know what's happening in your life. What about the kids now? Where are you living now all this time?
So we bought a house and we were living in the house, and I was going to school. I also had a job. I was working in a job and I was doing mediation. So I had a full thing on my plate and was watching the kids. I think I started the worst part was during that time, you're saying it's hard on the children. And in my mind, my children lost 2 parents for a while. Because even though I was functioning in the world and I was out in the world, when I was home, I didn't like to come out of the bedroom. So I spent a lot of time not really being in their lives the way that I should have. I'll admit that. I was too self-centered in that way. And so children often lose both parents for a while. That's the hard part.
But did they discuss that with you later?
No, they keep saying it's okay, but it's not okay for me.
No, but just
I'm
sure they understand now. When they look back, I'm sure they understand what you were going through.
They do. They do.
At that point of time, obviously for them also, it's like they don't know what's happening. And quite young. They were. I mean, okay. But
they were young. I was young. What was I? 46 or something. I wasn't that old yet. So yes. I was pretty young. I thought I was old, but apparently I was wrong. Now looking back, I realized I wasn't that old.
Exactly. Yeah. So it was all okay. So now kids are then. You see, in terms of it affecting them, did you see that happening when they were growing up?
For Anil, it was. Anil, like I said, he was the one that had the hardest time. And he also felt, this was the worst part, he somehow felt that he was responsible for the whole family and that he was responsible for me. And even though I was, getting out in the world and managing, but he felt that, I was his total responsibility. So, I managed to, he was doing so well in school, he probably would have gotten a scholarship anywhere he wanted, but he didn't leave the area because he didn't want to leave me. So he went to school at Wright State University near us because he didn't want to leave me. And that, attachment was very strong with the sons. Rajiv, he struggled because I think he struggled too. He did do a year of homeschooling because he didn't like the way the kids were in school. and I let him homeschool, but it really was him learning himself, because I told him here at Antioch, I had to develop a learning strategy. And so if you develop it, you can do homeschooling. So he developed his learning strategy. I told him, okay, well, don't use these algebra books, just use the college level algebra books and go there. And then we did like a reading schedule. He wanted to read Nietzsche and some other, like, oh, that's great. Read some good literature, do that. And he came up with the schedule, and then I didn't see him. I mean, I didn't even know what he was doing or whether he was following it. So I decided, you know what, I should check on him and make sure he's studying. So I went in to check on him, and I said, what are you doing? Well, he had learned violin and not violin, cello, and was into music. So he had decided to teach himself the guitar. So he learned it online. And then he decided to build a better humbucker. And so he decided he needed to study electromagnetism. And he was writing to these professors all over the world. Like he had some guy in Australia. And he was going to import that guy's humbucker, and he was trying to give him advice on how you could use electromagnetic technology to improve the humbucker. And then he had hooked up with somebody in the music shop downtown, and they taught him how to wire the guitar. So he built his own guitar. And so I asked him, what are you doing? And he told me that. I said, well, let's see, that's science. That's writing. Okay, fine, you're fine. and then he would come to me and tell me he was reading Nietzsche and talk to me about it. And like he was over my head. I'm like, I can't help you. You're talking at a level I don't understand.
Is there a level like that? There is a level like that?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
He has it. Anyway, so it was like, okay, but he managed it. I think my sons are more,
but
they're more introverted, and they're even more introverted because of the experience.
But do we have any pictures?
My family. Show me my sons.
This is what period of life?
This is my daughter-in-law, and that's my daughter, and they're my sons back there in the back someplace.
But these are much later. These pictures are much later. We don't have pictures.
Yeah.
These are the sons.
There's Rajiv in that suit.
Both of them are in suit. The one on the right, you're saying.
Yeah. Rajiv used to have long hair in those days. You could tell he was going through a hard time. He had long hair. And that's Rami.
What
so
year
Rami
would this be?
Afterwards too. I met Rami in 2001. Or 2000 or 2001. And it was interesting too, because I really wasn't looking for any relationship or anything, but Rami came along, and I went to this discussion group, book discussion group, and they were discussing Fight Club, the movie Fight Club. Of course, I hadn't seen the movie, but I thought I had. And I came in during the discussion, and I started with this whole psychological thing about Fight Club and how it related to Buddhism. And I don't know what else I said. It was all a bunch of baloney because I hadn't even seen the movie. I was talking about some other movie. And the guy who was in charge of the discussion group, he was like, yeah, these are good ideas. So I was like, oh, I'm on the right track. He likes it. And Rami was sitting over there going, this is a bunch of baloney. I'm like, okay, he's a little smarter than, he's not blown away by this baloney. That's how I met him. And then,
but is he listening? That is he sitting on the side listening?
No, I told him to come down when I started talking about him.
Okay, so you can send the message. You can shout out to him. Okay, now you can come down.
I don't know if he will. But he came into my life, and it was more, I don't know. I mean, he just asked me to something. I said something about I want to improve my website. He said, oh, I've got free tickets for this thing about how to make a website. You know, in those days, they used to try to get you into these conversations so that they would get you to buy their website stuff and you would pay a lot of money, but they gave you a free meal. So he said he had tickets. I was like, okay, let's go. So we went to this thing. And of course, he had no intention of buying their product, and I had no intention of buying their product, but we got a really nice meal in a good hotel. And then he says, I have free tickets because he used to do the trivia contests on the radio, and he was good at trivia. He said, I have free tickets for a movie. And so we went to the movie, and I was like totally impressed that somebody could take me out to dinner and the movie and not spend a dime. And we had a good time.
Wow.
I'm like, that's what I need in my life. So that was when Rami came in the life. And I think that Rami, I've always felt, is a gift that was given for me, because he's very gentle and he's just the opposite of Vinod in many ways. But if he would pick somebody, he would have picked Rami.
No, but in your mind at that time, I mean, were you questioning getting into a relationship at that point of time? Did it come, how did it come to you?
I am not interested in getting into a relationship, but if I was going to get into anything, I was going to get into a relationship. So, I like put things out on the table. Like, okay, if we're going to do something, here's the thing. I'm only interested in a relationship that's for life. Otherwise, don't waste my time. And he said that's what he was looking for. So I'm like, okay, good. We're done.
But what about him? What was his, background at that point in time? What was he in terms of family and otherwise?
Yeah, Rami had come to the US only like less than a year before from Israel. He grew up in the US until he was 12, and then they moved to Israel. And then he divorced his wife, so he has still children in Israel. And he had come to the US because he always wanted to come back to the US. He never felt he belonged in Israel. So he always felt like he wanted to come back to the US. And his sister lives in Dayton. So it made sense for him to come here. He actually came with his girlfriend of the time. His girlfriend was from, where was she from? From not Croatia, but around this area. Starts with a B.
Bosnia.
No, not Bosnia. I don't know. The country will come to me later, but
okay.
But she was not solid, and like while she was with him, she went to see some man in California, and she wasn't solid. He felt like she wasn't mature enough for a permanent. He would have liked that, but he didn't think she was ready for it. And she went back home, and so so I think he was still talking to her, but then when he met me, he just told her no.
Okay, what are we talking about? Are we talking about Belarus? We have Belarus, we have Bulgaria,
No,
we have Bosnia. Okay, forget it.
I may even have the wrong letter. Maybe I have the wrong letter.
Then it becomes a problem. We can't play this guessing game. I think that is something that Rami is good at. Rami is good at that. All this trivia.
Rami is not here. He's upstairs. So yeah, that's it. Now I'm getting boring. So anyway,
so that relationship happened, and basically from the start, it was that this is going to be permanent. This is going to be for life.
That was it. It was going to be permanent.
And now, where do the children fit into this? What do they say? What are they? Do they have any comments to make?
So I was starting because my work, I had gotten training. I had finished, my degree and getting training, but then my training work, just when Rami came in the picture, my training work sort of dried up. And so that meant I would have to rebuild my people, and that meant that we were struggling financially. So, and I was concerned because Anil felt like he still had to take care of me. And Anil we put the house in Anil's name, and he was paying for the house, and we were living on it. So he was helping to support me. And so I decided at that point that I was mediating. I was going to develop my mediation career. So by 2004, I found a job in Nebraska. And I moved to Nebraska, and Rami moved with me. And that was because Anil wanted to get married. And I thought, if he still thinks he has to support me because I'm the poor widow, then I have to get out of the picture and get a job someplace so he can be free.
No, but
So
how
I
do the
moved.
kids take to that? I mean, your kids moving in with Ram, or Rami moving in with you, how do they take to that?
You know, that was a big thing because I thought, how am I going to explain this? And first of all, because he's 10 years younger. And so my kids said, you're adults, doesn't make any difference. But I go, okay, it doesn't make any difference to you. I also, for Rami becoming part of my life, I took a permission, not really permission, but you know, it had to be brought before the family. Is this going to be something that's okay with you? In my view, that was important. Everybody has to be agreeable with it.
Family means, I mean, the kids are beyond that. I
Family
mean,
means mostly the kids. Later, I mean, yes, and for marriage to another relative, and I consulted.
but in the entire thing now, your mother and what her role and whatever she spoke to you about throughout your experiences, you haven't spoken about that.
No, I think so. With my mother, there was always I mean, my mother has always struggled with being partially schizophrenic with mental illness. So I've never depended on my mother for advice in those terms. I've been more of a support to my mother. But though, you know, most of the time she's very strong and she's able to function well in the world in spite of that. But it just means that her perception is not something that you depend on all of the time, because it may not be accurate. But otherwise, she's a good person and she's able to function in many other ways, and she's been a good mother. It's just different. So I don't know how to describe that other than just say it the way it is.
No, but with Vinod being in the hospital and that period of life, she must have been around. I mean,
she was around. She was, you know, I was in contact with him. Everybody was okay with Rami coming into the picture. And so, you know, we just
no, I'm going back to I'm going back to the time when Vinod was in the hospital. I mean, that time or when he was
Vinod was in the hospital, my whole family came. My whole family has always been, when the kids will say that the American family, all of my family were always there for them. And they took care of my husband and I when we were homeless. They were there. They paid, my mother paid those bills. We paid for them as well because Vinod paid. We used to send them money for their rent. So there's always been a supportive relationship between my family and the other family and Indian family as well, though I feel that I lost contact with the Indian family after Vinod died. And that was mostly because I did not know how I would play the role of the Indian widow. I didn't know how to do that. It wasn't something that I could do.
But did they have any such expectation from you? Did they express any such expectation?
I don't know. You know, I know Pitaji wrote to Anil and didn't write to me, but he was trying to be respectful, but that hurt in a way. You know, I wish that he had written to me, but maybe he thought that I was suffering too much and he thought he has to write to the male in the family. But I don't know. I just didn't know how I should react or what people expected from me. And I didn't have a node to let me know.
But no communication came in through other family members from India or something that this is what they're thinking, this is what they want. I mean, nothing.
Not really.
So that was
No, and what I years later, because I, went, that they didn't feel they knew how to talk to me. This is where the culture becomes a problem, because I didn't know how to talk to them and they didn't know how to talk to me. So it wasn't because no one wanted to be a support. It's because no one knew how. It's more of that. It's more like, it's a specialized thing. How do you communicating in grief is different than communicating in everyday life. And how do you be a support to someone because they may need something different? I didn't know how to have the conversation.
Because it would have been, I mean, like it was tough for you, it must have been tough for them. So basically, both of you missed out on some support for each other, or at least you missed out on a lot of support, support that you should have or could have got.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Definitely.
again, after that, was there any communication about this with them? Did you ever have any discussion?
After, somehow, and this is the beauty of Facebook and the internet, like I got reconnected with the family through Facebook, through the younger generation playing, what was that, Farmville or whatever that. I started playing Farmville. They were on Farmville, and then I got reconnected with the family. And then Anil paid for my ticket to go and visit because he wanted me to reconnect with the family. And so then I went to India, but that was years later in 2000, I don't know, 7 or 8, or maybe later, 10. That's when I got reconnected. So I lost him, and I lost my family, and I lost a lot.
Yeah, well, that also must be tough for you, because at all points of time, I'm sure you were, like you say, the good daughter-in-law that you were, and wanted to fit in whatever way you could, and suddenly you're out of the picture totally.
I have a very deep love for the family, and it was a real loss, but I didn't know how to bridge that gap. I mean, I wasn't there totally for the kids either. It wasn't until Rami came in the picture that I started to become normal. So Rami gave me strength to move on. And the thing is that, like, people have asked him, he's not here right now, but one of the family members asked him, is like, oh, we're always talking about, Vinod, and, how do you feel about it? And he said, that's who Lisa is. Like that recognition that somebody comes into your life and they recognize that that's part of your identity and they don't try to change it. I don't think anybody can understand what a gift I'm given.
Yep.
That he is comfortable with me being who I am, and he's comfortable with this feelings that I have. He's comfortable with being part of the Indian family. He's comfortable with all of that.
But the Indian family has met him. Has the Indian family met him?
Yes.
Yeah.
They like him.
Good. Okay.
They have met him. Yeah. And he likes Indian food.
But has he gone there or not?
Last
Have you
night,
taken it?
you have to have, like, if you're going to be in my family, you better like Indian food, otherwise you're in trouble.
But you have to take him to Shakti Farm also.
Maybe he'll go to India some days. Not as much in desire to go to India, but maybe someday. Maybe he'll go someday. I think he's getting closer to it, but yeah. I mean, Rami brought a whole new dimension now, because now I have another culture on top of that. And now I have, this whole learning about, not only different culture, but a little bit of different religious traditions. And now I have another layer.
But what do you think? What if you go
Oh,
back
well,
to?
I'm a mediator. How good is that?
No, but I'm just thinking, if you go down to India with Rami and two, whatever, all the family in India, how do you think they would take? But now the younger, it's the younger generation which is there. The older generation is not there anymore, so that issue doesn't come up, does it? Is there anyone there now? The Bua and all, anyone?
No, when actually Guria came and brought my Didi, or her mother, and that was she was the one I was most concerned about, because Amman Pitaji passed away before I went back to India. And so I regret that I didn't see them one other time, that I lost track of them before they passed away. So for me, that's a huge sadness. But, my Dee, she was a little bit hesitant, but she came to the terms that living in the US is very lonely, and she realized that that's not good, and it was good that I had someone in my life. And when she met Rami, she liked him. So he's got the stamp of approval from the older generation, and they've met him, and yeah. So I think everything is okay.
So basically saying that you did not meet Vinod's parents at all since the time he died.
I didn't. I wish that I had. I'm very sad about that. I feel bad about that.
Definitely. I mean, that's a.
And because I love them so much, I love them so much, I would have wanted to see them.
But you did communicate.
How would I even?
They were phone call.
Yeah, I had written letters.
No calls.
No calls. Oh no, I had made a few phone calls. And with my brother-in-law, there was a couple of calls as well when he was there.
So basically, like you're saying, there was that whole thing. How do you handle it? How do you talk about it? So that because of that, there was no talk at all.
Yeah, basically. Whether it's on their side, because nobody really reached out in that way, or whether it was my side, both of us are guilty. Both sides.
No, they had lost a son. They lost a son. So for them also, it was tough time for them. However they were handling it, I'm sure it was tough for them. Okay, there was distance in between, so maybe things are different that way. But for both of you, there was a loss there for sure.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
So then.
Okay, so are we reaching the?
No, we've already reached that point. We've already reached that. Evolution has happened. Now it's only the work that you are doing. Tell us about the work that you did after that. Let's hear that. And all the various qualifications you picked up and everything.
Yes, after that I did mediation. I started doing cultural training. I started, I developed lots of programs. So I spent since I'm still associated with the Dayton Mediation Center. I don't know why I thought that was on my LinkedIn profile. But I'm still a volunteer there. I worked for them for years. I developed programs. They helped me. They developed me in every way. There's Rami. Rami, you have to come here for a minute.
Yeah, the pictures on YouTube right now.
Yeah. There's Rami likes to play board games, so he was at a board game thing.
But what year is this photograph?
This is Rami's brother lives in Copenhagen. And so this was not quite recent, like 2014 or 15. We went to Copenhagen. And
he's much younger. He's much younger.
Okay, I don't remember when all these are now. Yeah. So we went to Copenhagen for his nephew's bar mitzvah, So that was Copenhagen. Copenhagen, it was, the experience in Europe is like you go there, and in Copenhagen, Rami's brother showed us a hospital, and in that hospital they hid the Jews in the morgue. So you can go to the morgue and see where that was hidden, and you realize that there's still those connections going on, even though it seems like ancient history, it's still so vivid in people's minds. Like just across is Malmo, and Rami's, ancestors came from Russia. They would have come through Malmo, maybe. I heard actually that one of the relatives came through Malmo, Sweden, and on their way to the US. So that connection is there too, in that way. There's all of that, what happens in the diaspora of people moving around. That's even different. I mean, it's going to be that way in the US too. US is going to say, well, then we had this influx of Indians moving into the US, and now we're on the diaspora as well. Where people move and how they move around, and how all these different people influence very small things that we do, and we don't even pay attention to it.
Yep.
Any questions?
Looking back, yes.
Looking back.
Elon can't
ask a question. Let's have a conversation.
He can't ask a question. After I don't let him ask a question. That's the best part. Now I have control. Earlier I used to still let people do it, but now I stopped doing it. Now I have the control. Yes, Elon.
Hi. So yeah, what an amazing story. I mean, I actually haven't seen most of part 1 yet, but I'm glad I'm glad that I've been listening today. I was walking, but was listening for most of it. So yeah, amazing story. I mean, it's so like rich and sort of colorful, and like all these different kind of layers of your life is so interesting to hear about. And I heard your comment about thinking, how your personality is different in a different language. I think that's definitely true. I mean, I'm sure that I'm a very different person in Mandarin than I am in English, and whatever, in different groups of people as well. In terms of questions, I mean, I was going to ask something like, was there anything you thought maybe you would have liked to have done differently, or something like that? But then you did just say about, how you regretted that you didn't get in touch with your husband's family. So I don't know. I mean, do you have any, I mean, not regrets, because I think that's not really the right way to frame it, but, and because I remember at the start of the story, you were saying how, everything was just kind of happening like very quickly and nothing was planned. And I mean, I'm kind of a person that I like things to be very organized, and I go quite slowly. I mean, as like Kato, I'm a very slow reader. I can't speed read. So I think something that I've taken out of this is that maybe I should get myself onto a speed reading course, because I think that sounds like it was very useful for you. It would be. But so anything that you thought maybe you would have done differently or something like that?
Well, I definitely think that I maybe would have been a little bit more careful in some of those don't do it exercises. I laugh about it today, but I would have been terrible if anything had happened. But I think it's true that, for me, one of the things is being in the position I was as a wife, my relationship was filtered through him. And without him, I didn't know how to be with other people in the family. And so I regret that I didn't move away from that and try to be with them separately. Like I didn't develop that or cultivate that in that way. I had let that be the standard, and it would have been better for me if I had built that relationship outside of that, in some way, because then it wouldn't have come to that I lost them for a while as well. So, and I learned, you know, it was amazing thing that I learned in the first trip back to India in 2008, 9 or 10, that everybody accepted me for who I was. I didn't have to be, you know, I didn't have to use that filter, that it was okay to be me. And I hadn't known that, you know, so I think that it would have been good to have allowed that to happen sooner. And I wish also that I'd been a mediator sooner, because it really would have helped this relationship with my husband. It really would have helped that, you know, if only I knew those skills and I could have had a good conversation, because I would have been able to have a more productive conversation without it getting out. I would have learned how to mitigate that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that really resonates with me, because so I did my master's when I lived in Israel, finished in 2014, and I got married just after that, and then, you know, got divorced a few years later. So I probably would have been helpful. And I can tell now in my relationship with my partner that it really is helpful. Like, it, you know, it really does help you to have conversations in a much more measured and thoughtful and productive way. So yeah, I can relate to that. By the way, the Dayton Mediation Center is on your LinkedIn. It's just not, it's not like kind of separated. I think it's sort of in your general sort of consulting and, you know, media practitioner persona.
Yeah, I don't think that I put it in my learning or my because I don't know. I have it. I have like a whole book like this big of all the certificates I have. I'm like, who cares about this big thick book? But I have it.
in one of the lower down lines or something. But yeah, what an amazing story. Also, you know, the time that you spent in Indonesia sounded fascinating. And I've been to Bali actually on my gap year, but very short trip. So I'd love to do that. I love traveling in Asia. It's like just, you know, so the culture is so deep, and you can get lost, as I'm sure you know. So yeah, it's been really inspiring to hear the second part. I'm going to go back to the first part and re-listen.
I don't know. I rushed through some things in the second part because I'm not doing this again.
Well, yeah, I mean, great to hear a part 3. But thanks so much for sharing, you know, so much of your personal stories, and yeah, really, really interesting. And I look forward to learning more about you as time goes on.
Thank you. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. And I need that. I want that garden thing. I'll tell you about it. We'll connect, and I'll tell you about what my vision is. I'm going to do a whole thing with mediators and gardens.
I think you should start
Inspired
that series.
by Vikram, of course.
You do
That's
that.
My new series.
Mediation gardens. Yeah, so do it. Yeah, you must have. Yeah,
mediations and gardens. Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Mediations in gardens or
with
mediations and
little
gardens?
Element. Mediators and gardens, and you know, mediators in their gardens, or gardens. I'm gardening mediators.
my mom and I are working on. So I bought this tiny little property. It's very small, but it has quite a big garden, and it also has quite uninterrupted. I'm not living there at the moment, but it has quite uninterrupted views of the lake. So it's kind of like a blank canvas to do anything we want to do. So it's a really exciting project. We have to go a little bit slowly because of you know, financial reasons, but hopefully over time I can develop it. But interesting, I met an interesting guy in I'm just going to plug my laptop in Shanghai, a British guy actually, who was quite sort of involved in developing a garden that is designed according to the principles of the Fibonacci sequence.
Oh, that's so exciting. You know, my husband traded he did the whole trading in the commodities using Fibonacci numbers and wave theory to try to, and it was really good. He was very good at it, except when we lost money.
Except
Yeah.
Easy come, easy go. It's life.
So I don't know much about it myself, but it's kind of just, I think, all about using lots of different plants and flowers to create like a really interesting balance, like a mathematical balance of
Mhm.
different species in a garden.
Right. Yeah. That is awesome. I like that idea. See see it's resonating. It's synchronicity, right?
But is there anything now that you have to tell us about how things moved on? Something more? Anything else? Or you think this is
There's
it?
a lot, but I think I'm tired. That's the only thing.
These are not your.
There are so many layers to go through. This
Lisa, like,
thing and that
we
thing
can't do
and
a
that
part.
thing.
We can't do a part 3. We
I'm
can't do a
not.
part
No,
3.
no. We are not doing a
Can't do a
part
part
3.
3.
I'm not
We,
doing a part 3.
we can have one session with everyone. Kathleen has something to say. We'll have one joint
Yeah,
session.
yeah. That's why I said I'm not doing a part 3. I'm just telling you there are a lot more layers. So you'll just have to get to know me and then see what the other layers are. That's the
That's
way it
great.
is. So
You
anybody who
can't
wants
leave
to
it
get
at
to
that.
know
You
me,
can't leave
I'll
it at
share
that.
yes, I'm leaving it at that. I'm leaving it. I'm leaving the
You know
door
what that really
open.
says? What that says is that I haven't been able to get to those layers. And haven't done a good job, that means.
And no, it means that I'm so layered that, like I'm just like Draupadi's sorry. You just keep pulling and pulling and pulling the layers, and there'll still be more underneath.
Oof, I thought this was it. That means there now everything is down to everything is whatever it is. You reached where we had to reach. Everything now is okay. Your mediation.
You can never reach everybody's layers, ever, ever, ever. I mean, for me, the only other thing would to say this whole new experience now with Rami and this new culture, there's a lot more there. They're all probably I think the most poignant was last year when we went to sit Shiva for his mother in his.
Mm.
And that was because meeting people, I came to know that there are layers about people, like there are layers about me my kids don't know. There are layers about your mother you don't know, and when people come, especially with the sitting Shivas, they do for a week, people come by to give their respects and tell the stories.
What is it?
So when someone dies in Israel in the Jewish faith, you sit Shiva. That means you stay at home and you do your mourning, and people come by and visit you physically and sit, have some food, and talk about your loved one and the ways that they knew them, and they talk about themselves. And so then you start to see this mosaic of someone that you knew, but you know them maybe as a daughter or as a son. But when other people stop by and tell their stories, you start to get a different picture of the person who has passed away in a much deeper way. And you start to hear, them and how their different roles, because we know you know me on here, but you don't know, you don't know the other parts of me or this part of me. There's always going to be some part of someone we don't know. And I feel like, opening that door up and listening to these stories is so valuable. Like we should do it all the time. We shouldn't just do it when someone dies, but at least we do that so that that picture is deeper and it makes you a better person and you become a more whole person yourself. And I know I took lots of pictures of her things, and it was interesting because usually I don't care about things. But then I realized in her life, the things that were in her life were also representatives of who she was and her own experiences and her own memories. And so each thing that we have is a representation of some time in our life or some memory that we have. And then it becomes interesting. Like I would go around and just take pictures of people's things and build it into the story. And the woman next door, Shlomit, said to me, well, you should come in my house because you never know anyone until you've come in their house. And I went into her house and then she told me about her things and her life. And she had a doll. Her parents died in the Holocaust, and there were all these little artifacts so that she'd been able to get from that time. And so there was this whole bigger story of her in the things in her room. And so we don't even think about that. We don't think to ask people about the stories and how these things came to be in their life, in terms of, not in terms of the thing itself, but in terms of what they represent of who that person is.
Definitely. So that's how, either we'll have to leave it at this, Lisa. Because I tell you what, the problem, you guys
Finally
don't
gave
understand.
up. I'm no, wait a minute. I'm going
No,
to
it's
keep you
not
for
that.
a few more hours. Why are you running off?
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because for me, divorce is not an option. Okay, if it was an option, I would have definitely gone a little longer. It's not an option. So I think you are also better off letting me go at this stage. I do never say that. Look, any of my guests, I will never tell them that. Okay, but I'm saying that there is so much, like you said, there's so much more to discuss with you. So we'll take that forward somewhere, sometime.
Not in this one, not in this session, not in, no more of my life. I'm done with that. I hope. I mean,
No,
I'm
but I'm
not
just
done with
thinking that,
my
look,
life.
no,
I'm not going to
no,
say that. My
no,
daughter got so mad at me when I said that. I said, I'm done. I'm going to be done with my life. And she got so upset. She goes, what do you mean? You can't be done with your life. I'm like, no, I'm not done.
No, but look, Arpana said she'll come back. She just sent a message on, I think she was on YouTube. She was saying, I'm watching it. So in any case, that I thought maybe we meet your grandchildren also, but I don't think that's happening. But
Oh,
whatever
no,
it is.
yes. I
No,
wish
but
you could meet my grandchildren. They're so cute.
I know they should have come in. They should have come in,
They're
but
very
I don't.
cute little
I,
things, and
no, I've seen
wonderful.
one.
They're good people. I look how lucky I am. Like, I have everything. And
Yes.
I got not only one life, not only a second life. I think I got about 3 or 4 lives so far. And so I have at least 5 or 6 more to go, because, you need 9.
So you think you're the cat's whiskers.
Right.
Cool cat that you are. Okay, but now look, beyond this, look, in terms of work, whatever work you've done and whatever you're doing, that part is totally different. Okay, that's part of what your practice is. But in otherwise, other experiences, anything that beyond this point, after you met Rami and whatever, are there anything in terms of incidents or anything that you would want to take us through?
I have mentioned very briefly. So of course, that trip so trips to India have happened, and trips to Germany, and trips to Copenhagen, which were not just trips, but were revelations. I've had a lot of revelations. They continue to happen.
Little quickly, just take us through some. Just a quick one.
What do I think, okay, so I'm going to say that I think that having learned mediation and intercultural communication, both of those, not just one, because one wouldn't be enough, but both, and then having had this depth of experience, means that every time I go someplace, I get a new revelation that I didn't have before. Because now I have the ability to live every moment as if it's the first moment. That's the gift that it gives you. And I didn't talk also about, of course, we didn't talk about the fact that I had heart surgery, and we didn't talk about my cancer. We didn't talk about that either. Thank goodness we're not going to talk about that.
No, but when did that happen?
I've been on death's row. So
but when did that happen?
I had a heart attack 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It was that I had quadruple bypass surgery. So they cut me open and found some new veins and stuck them in. And thank goodness that my doctor is a woman, and she likes to knit and sew. And so her hands in sewing me up were perfect. And so actually, they told me beforehand that we can only do 3, even though you need 4. but she did all 4. So that shows how good she is.
No, but is a talent being wasted as a doctor? She should have been doing sewing somewhere. What do you think?
No.
Okay, she's okay.
It only makes her a better doctor.
Okay,
It
perfect.
made a better surgeon. That means she has the ability to work in small spaces. And I mean, that's it. You wake up and you feel like you can't breathe because you're intubated and you're looking around the room. This is after surgery, right? And I was thinking, oh my goodness, I can't breathe. And then I realized, but I'm still alive, so I must be breathing somehow. So at least I could, use my mind to figure out that it was okay. And then I waited, and like the nurses are walking around not paying attention to you, and you want to say, and they've locked your hands on the bed, so you're like tied to the bed, and you want to say, hey, I'm over here. Well, they finally came and unhooked me from that machine. That was so wonderful, and there I was alive.
No, but how did you find out that you had this issue?
I had a weird chest pain, and I kept thinking it's kind of suspicious. So I told Rami, you can go to work and maybe I'll die while you're at work, or you could take me to the hospital and we'll check it out. So he took me to the hospital. And they looked at it and they said, oh, no, you've got something going on. You're definitely having a heart attack. We're taking you to another hospital. So they put me in the ambulance and took me to another hospital. And I was like, it was Christmas time. I said, oh, let's sing Christmas carols. So I was singing Christmas carols with the people in the ambulance. I told them, I think they should drive faster because, if I'm going to have this experience of being rushed, I should have a fast ride. And they laughed at me and said they couldn't do that.
And good, there was no snow and ice there that you would have done your little stunt also. You told them how to do the stunt before you go to the hospital.
I would have done that too. And then we arrive at the hospital and they're wheeling me in and I'm going, hi, everybody, I'm dying. No worries. But then I made it through the surgery and that was it. And then I got myself back to health. And 6 months later, then I had a stomach ache and I went to the hospital. And then first they gave me some medicine and sent me home. And then it just got worse and I went back. And then they kept trying to give me this medicine to help me, to clear my stomach. And I kept watching my stomach get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I said, I think you have to quit making me drink fluid. I don't think I can drink anymore. And they were very alarmed. I was very close to death. If it had burst, I would have been in trouble. And somehow, they managed to clear it up and I got surgery and, then I went through chemo, but it was only stage 2. See how lucky I am? Even though I did it, it was always caught in time before I actually died. That's how lucky I am.
Perfect. So someone watching over you.
Somebody is watching over me and helping me and keeping me safe. Perfect. So that I can be here, so.
Yeah, so that you can come on the evolution of a Mediator show. It's all for that. Everything is for that.
Yeah, that was the only other thing that I went through. There's, I had Bell's palsy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, then my side of my face was droopy. It still is droopy. That's why I have a crooked face.
But then, when was that?
That was before, heart surgery. So that means that the colon cancer was the 3 and 3s, so that means they shouldn't have any more. Yes. Right? Bad luck travels in 3s. I've had 3. I should be fine for a while.
So basically, the last few years have been a little tough for you and for Rami also. Him seeing you go through all that.
We go through that. We struggle. But I think there's a lot more joy than trouble. You just go through it and keep going.
Yeah.
That's it.
So has Rami come down or not?
No. Okay. He's not coming.
Let's just assume that he's watching it up there.
Yeah, I think he's afraid he'll be on camera, and he's camera shy. He doesn't like to be in the limelight, and he's also a very like I'm extreme extrovert, and he's an extreme introvert. So we are opposites on that path.
Okay, so if Remy, you're watching, all we're saying is you've been good for Lisa, and just stay
He
there.
has been wonderful for me, and everyone knows it who knows him and knows me. And they also know how lucky I am because, you know, like I'll be here talking to you and he'll bring me a cup of coffee. I mean, how nice is that?
Very nice. He's understood that. Yeah, he's understood those conversations go on a little too long, so it might as well give her a cup of coffee and just sit and do my crossword at the same time. I think
He does. I wish he would talk, but he won't. I know. So I let him be who he is because that's what we are. You know, that's what we learn. People should be who they are. Even Vikram should be who he is.
Absolutely. He's the only one who's not who he is he? He's the only one who is who he is.
So when are we interviewing you? I mean, I think the whole mediators collective should be invited to the session, The Life of Vikram Singh, and we want to know your whole life, and we are all going to interview you. This is
the 80th celebration will happen when I turn 80.
No. We need this soon. So you have to set up a date, or we'll set up a date. You tell us when you're free.
80, when I'm turning 80.
No, we're going to do your evolution. We want to know, like, what was it like when you were a child? How was it growing up? You know, what was happening to you? You know, we want to know all of these things. You know, what were you feeling when you were 12? Like, you know, what did you read? Did you read any books? What was happening in the world when you were small?
Okay, that's like making fun of my show. That's like really.
I can do that now that I've made it through.
Very wrong on your part. Very wrong on your part. Look, these are genuine questions. These are things that you come to a person when they're.
And why would you assume that I would not ask these questions genuinely? How can you assume that?
I think we'll have to just start putting down questions. And what are the questions we're going to ask him? What all does he ask? We'll have to go through all of them. What does he ask?
We're planning it. Right, Elon? We're going to make it happen.
Yes.
Elon, too. We're doing it. Okay. We want to hear your story because you're hearing all of our stories. We want to hear your story. You're important.
I have to reach that level, Lisa. We have to get to your point in life to be able to have a story.
No.
You are not stories up till then.
No. You've reached that level. You are there. And besides, how fun would it be? You're going to tell us about golf and what you learned from golf and how golf helps you to be a better, mediator. And you're going to talk about, your journey, not just about, from childhood, but also through golf, all of those things, those fun things.
Okay, then
I'm sure there's more.
I'll have to start another series, mediators, mediation, and golf. We'll talk about it there. Okay, so basically at this point of time, I think we can say that this episode can come to an end. Not that your story is coming to an end. We'll get you in. But at least at this point,